X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? Do you feel it? Feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me out now. Punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you again. Welcome back. Many of you guys I haven't seen in weeks at this point. For those of you guys who have been wondering where I've been, and you're watching right now on YouTube, like, yo, Zan's back on YouTube, where's he been? Well, for the last few weeks, well, technically the last year, but it really ramped up to the point of being an absolutely big problem. In the last couple weeks, I started having this problem with OBS where pretty much every time I would try to hit the go live button, maybe 1 out of 10 times it wouldn't, OBS would just crash out and lock in at like 2,000 kilobits per second, which would go to you guys as like an unwatchable stream. Like it would just be laggy and frozen and buffering nonstop because not enough data is getting sent. And I couldn't figure out what was the cause of this. I had my tech friends and everything try to help me. Eventually we were able to find a crash log for one of the crashes. I induced it and I got the crash log. We looked up the error code in the crash log and were able to find that definitively 100,000,000% of the time that type of crash happens because I have a plugin installed on OBS that is outdated and discordant with the current OBS version, and it's causing OBS to fuck up. That is always what causes the problem. The thing is, I thought I had just a few, like, I thought I had one add-on installed, or one plugin installed on OBS, which is the one that splits my audio sources, so, like, I can have, like, a Discord call and this music playing, and I can change their audio to different levels instead of it just being all one audio input from my PC and not being able to balance individual things. It's a really big pain in the ass not to be able to do that. I was worried, or I thought it was just that one, but then I remembered upon opening the plugins folder, oh boy, going back years ago, I have quite a few plugins installed on OBS. Notably, and I think this is the one that was causing the problem because it's the one I got rid of, and here I am, I got rid of one that I installed way back in 2022 that allowed you to capture VR footage with OBS. It's way back when I was doing VR streams. I do need to find that VR headset in my stuff, by the way. It's somewhere in my moved things, and I need to find it because I want to use it. I miss it. I want to do some VR streams, too. I've got so much space. So, I deleted the VR plugin, and here we are. Everything seems to be solid. Everything seems good. Now, granted, if, like, tomorrow I go to stream and it crashes, I'll obviously know, oh, it wasn't the VR plugin that caused the problem, and then I'll just delete the next oldest one, because it'll definitely be one that's out of date, so, like, the oldest I delete, the higher the likelihood it is I got it. And I think I solved the problem. I think it's fixed now, but if it's not, and it happens again, either tomorrow, the day after, or whatever, I will just switch to Twitch for the rest of that stream, then delete another plugin, and then try again. Because I know what will solve the problem. I could just get rid of all the plugins, but I'd rather not, you know? I'd rather just get rid of the one that's fucked up. Okay, no viewer call-ins tonight because that's not what week it is. However, what we are doing is a watch party. Now, I thought about doing the watch party of Dune Part 2 tonight, right? And I am excited for that one because I hear that's what takes the cool world building of Dune Part 1 and makes cool shit happen on like from that point, you know? So I'm excited for Dune Part 2, but I kinda don't want to watch it in the way we would have to watch it, if that makes sense, because the quality is gonna be dog shit. Like, really dog shit quality, audio and visual-wise, and I hear this movie is a spectacle to behold, and I feel it would be sinful of me to watch Dune Part 2 for the first time with just the worst quality. So instead, I was curious what you guys would think of a continuation of From. For those that don't know, I started, just on a random day, I just felt like doing it in the Discord. I think we had 16 people there. We did a watch party of From. And the people who were there for it, Delancey was one of them, really enjoyed it. I imagine some of you who I started it with have probably already finished it and, like, went ahead without us. But I'm curious, if we get more people in the watch party, like a lot more people in the watch party this time, we'll either restart from the beginning, because I feel it would be kind of fucked to just start on episode 4 if we had like 60 people join and only 16 of us have actually seen the show. I get that it would suck to have to rewatch. Well, actually, it doesn't suck to rewatch 3 episodes. You get a ton of fucking foreshadowing. You get to pick up on it. What's From? Oh, you guys haven't been in my Twitch streams. I want to explain what From is, but hold off on that, guys. I will show you guys. I just finished both seasons. I will show you guys what From is. I'll show you a trailer for it before I wrap up stream when I have a lot more people in the stream, because I don't want to have to do it multiple times where I like show you all everything. I want to use the trailer as a way of, you know, bringing everybody into the watch party. No, I haven't, Poker. I've been meaning to. Maybe we'll react to it on stream. You were talking about this show like a week ago. It seems interesting. It's so fucking cool. Yo, did Zan fix his OBS? I think I did, and if I didn't, then it's alright, because I just have to trial and error it till I do find the solution. It's just I have to delete plugins one at a time till I find the one causing the problem. I think I already got the one causing the problem. That's why I'm here now, but just in case, if the problem persists, then I know what to do. How late will this go? Not sure how late the stream's gonna go. It's more so a matter of how long it will take me to do my set amount of segments I want to do, which is 7. 7 to 8 topics I want to cover tonight. I came running about Candace Owens, busy up, right, down, down, down my bathroom. Why do I know that's the 500 kilogram bomb? The Eagle 500 kilogram bomb? You just dropped a 500 kilogram deuce in your fucking toilet? Is that what you're saying to me, Pharaoh? I know that input because my loadout is always an Eagle napalm strike and Eagle 500 kilogram bomb. And then I follow it up with the energy pack and the railgun on unsafe mode. And I always pop those. Dude, dropping into a Helldive mission that are just random people, and they're just getting chased by Bile Titans and just getting their shit wrecked, and I'll just get, like, on top of a little cliff and be like, alright, this is where I do my thing. Get out the fucking railgun, go ADS, and just snipe Bile Titan heads as they chase the randos that I got into a game with. And I love when their heads just pop, and they just go limp. The Bile Titans just drop limp. It's so satisfying. I love Helldivers, too. Ugh. I apologize about Dragon's Dogma. I'm cursed, and everything I get excited for is disappointing this year. Also, fuck Capcom. I hear Dragon's Dogma 2 is good. It's just got 2 big glaring issues. Well, one of them's not so glaring. One of them is the performance. I haven't bought or played Dragon's Dogma 2 yet, by the way. I refuse to until they patched it to make performance on PC better. And that's the performance. The performance is the indisputable, like, that is fucked. From what I have heard, the performance is just god-awful. The other thing that people are complaining about is the microtransactions. Now, at first I was like, oh shit, fuck all these DLC and microtransactions. But then you gotta remember, it is rarely, really, I'd go as far as to say never, really, the dev team's fault when microtransactions like that exist in a game like this. It's almost always the publisher bankrolling the project. And the microtransactions themselves function much like Devil May Cry 5's, where they're literally pointless. Or like Helldivers 2, where it has microtransactions, but they're literally pointless. You could spend real money, but why would you do that when, like, the same amount of time playing the game gets, like, there's no time speed up you get from spending money. You just don't have to look for credits. It's weird. Anyway, it just feels like it's a little overblown, but I get it, you know? Any form of microtransactions in a single-player game is going to get a lot of shit, but I feel like there's a lot of cases where people have acted as though it's ruined these games when it just doesn't. Like, I remember when Shadow of War came out, people were really concerned that the loot boxes would ruin it, and, like, no. Shadow of War is literally one of my favorite games ever, you know? Like, it was one of those games that had, like, the bandwagon of hate around it, but it ended up being so good despite the claims that it would be garbage because of microtransactions that it managed to, like, in the long term, claw its way out of that controversy. Many people don't even remember. Many people don't even remember the drama and the shit that Middle-earth Shadow of War was in when it came out. People were trying to boycott that game. Shadow of War has a happy ending, but it's like sort of that makes you want to tear up kind of happy, if that makes sense. The more you know about Tolkien's design for the afterlife of men in his universe, the more it's like, okay, I know what's being depicted here, and this isn't really sad, you know? Like, it's a little sad because, like, especially the imagery of him, like, dropping all of his iconic weaponry, I'll admit that made me go, fuck, man? You know, that I'll admit. But it's not a sad thing that's happening there. It's not symbolic. That is literally him. Like his soul. Zan has the vibes of a disappointed father sometimes. I just realized that. I love that for him. Do I really have the vibes of a disappointed father? I'm glad to hear that, you know? Women love the DILFs, so if I can embody that energy, then that's good. Maybe I can just go, like, straight from being, like a twink to just being a DILF. Just straight twink death to DILF time, you know? Well, you certainly bring in an older audience that would track. It is really wild how much older of an audience I bring in. Let me check my current stats. One sec, chat. I'm gonna bring up the analytics. Audience. This is sorting by the last 28 days. God damn. Less than 2% of my audience is under the age of 18, supposedly, which, to be fair, I'm gonna guess it's closer to 18% of them, rather than 1.8%, because a lot of people, like most people who are not 18, lie and say they are when they make their YouTube account, because who wants to voluntarily, like, make it so they can't access a ton of YouTube content when they make their own account? Like, why would they do that? So, yeah, it's a lot of people. So I don't really trust the 13 to 17 years old number being as low as it is. I'd ballpark it like 10 to 18%. Still a pretty low percentage, but not less than 2%. That's way too low. However, according to the stats, 18 to 24 makes up 35% of my fans. And then crazy enough, 25 to 34 makes up 39%. The majority of my fans are 25 to 34. And on top of that, 35 to 44 years old makes up 14%, meaning I have more fans who are 25 to 44 years old than who are 18 to 24 by a long shot. And people don't tend to lie about their ages being way higher than 18 when they make their accounts on these sites. So I kind of take the older numbers a little bit more seriously. And then we've got like the 45 to 54-year-old demographic is 5.4% of my audience. So if YouTube's to be believed, I have substantially more 45 to 54-year-old viewers than I do 13 to 17-year-old viewers. Think about that for a second. If the stats aren't incorrect, I have several times more 45-year-olds watching me than 17-year-olds. That's a wild thought. I'm almost 50? Damn. I don't want to age shame anybody, obviously. I actually think this is a good sign. The fact that my content appeals to so much older of an audience and, like, the number goes up, like, the number is peaking right now in the range of people who are, like, the oldest tech-using people, right? Like, around 35 to 44, people aren't really, that demographic isn't really on YouTube much, right? Like, I've dragged my mom onto YouTube. She uses that now for entertainment, which I find hilarious. Like, after all the shit she gave me growing up about how YouTube is, like, lame, just as a concept. Like, why are you watching people play video games on YouTube? I'm, like, 12 years old, and I'm like, you don't get it. You don't get it. And now she watches YouTube as, like, her main source of entertainment, just like I do. It's pretty crazy time. But overall, it seems like 25 to 34, these are like the adults who are still very much like young enough to be super into tech and on YouTube and into tech online culture. And so I wonder if as time goes on, the 35 to 44-year-old demographic will actually spike up and then, you know, onward and onward as like older people get to be more into tech just because the young people who are into tech get older, if that makes sense. And it tells me that my content has an appeal with an older audience, like older people, which is good in my opinion, because that tells me my content has like a mature quality to it that hopefully Because this is like the most valuable thing you can have as an online internet content creator, which I hopefully believe should bring me longevity in my online presence, right? The fact that like my audience itself is already like quite a bit older, you would think, means that like my content itself has some level of staying power. Like it's something fresh at least, or something sustainable. I don't know how else to put it. You guys like watching me grow? Oh, that's nice to hear. I'm 56 and I've been using computers since the TRS-80 was a thing. Damn, Bina Becker, that's awesome. I will forever have the dial-up sound imprinted in my brain. See, my audience are boomers. I got the boomer fans, I'm telling you. Got a Helldivers 2 meme for you in chat? What's this?
Today, we shall dive into...
I love Helldivers. It's so good. It's such a good game. You dive into hell, and then you die.
Today, we shall dive into hell!
Are you guys ready to
see?
defend democracy together?
This ship is called the Father of Science, and I am the Father of Science. I don't know what you guys are doing here.
That's not as powerful as the
You
Lord
can be
of
the- you
Family
can be-
Values.
bro,
my
maybe the
ship.
children
better,
of
bro.
science.
My ship's name is King of Super Earth. That's way better, bro.
You would trust us to defend your nation, right,
The true best ship name is Wings of Redemption. Everybody knows this.
guys?
For the Vern Nation!
No, in this world, there's the Super Verd Nation.
Dude, in this game, you're no longer Verdius, you're now Super Verdius.
Super Verdius!
Oh, we're in a dark area, huh?
Bro, where am I?
Oh my gosh, I can't see shit.
The game froze for me.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh my god, it
Vernius,
crashed!
They got him, bro. They got him in
No,
real
not
life.
the Super Verdius! No!
People joining people like,
What you just?
I see.
I was trying.
This is a good clip. I'll probably watch this video off stream because you know I'm on stream right now. But yeah, thank you. I love watching Helldivers videos, so thank you for the recommendation. Also, I feel like I have like a piece of sand in my eye or something. I don't know, like maybe it's an eyelash, maybe like a little eyelash got stuck under the eyelid and it's just stuck under there, causing blink Zan. I think that worked. Better? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're Gucci now. Thank you. Good advice, chat. Fake cry to get it out. I can't induce crying. I'm not like one of those crazy women that can like cry on command. Dude, if you ever meet a girl who can cry on command, that is the biggest red flag ever. Get the fuck out of there, dude. Get out of there. Immediately. Run. Run fast. Like, get to a vehicle and drive as far as you can. Like, get a bug-out bag and just go. What if she was in theater? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I promise you. Biggest red flag in the world is if a girl can cry on command. If she says, oh, you want to see this cool skill I have? It's like, oh, I'm never dating you. New Meat Canyon video? Cool, cool. What if, and hear me out, she's depressed? I don't know. All I'm going to say is, in my and every man I've ever met's experience, it's a red flag more often than not. I had a buddy who could puke whenever he wanted. Yeah, that's also a red flag. I'm gonna be honest. If your friend can, like, puke on command, that's probably not good. I thought Meat Candy retired. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, some YouTubers retire and unretire in, like, a month, and it's like, okay, I guess so. Anyway. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It really helps a lot, and it is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Said, saw Demon Mama's reaction to Biden's State of the Union, and she seemed to think the Republicans were dragging Biden through the dirt, and that he was weak and wasting his time capitulating to them. I think that something... I don't want to, like, make this sound like an insult to anybody else that makes content in this space, but it really feels like it's easy to fall into the perception that the internet will give you of the state of politics, right? Like, if you're online, you would think the majority of Americans are upset with Biden right now because of his handling of Israel-Palestine, and that's the result or cause of his low approval ratings. But the actual reality of it is, in all of the polling we've seen, it's because of Biden's age. And the reason Trump hasn't seen the same impact to his approval ratings and support is because Trump, and I quote, his stupidity gives him a childish, young at heart quality. So Trump doesn't get that same sort of flack, but Biden, like, the age thing is what has everyone upset. Inflation, well, not really inflation. It's the high prices of food and stuff. And age is what have people upset at Biden. And so you have to remember that for a lot of these things, it's easy to fall into the perception that your internet left progressive view is the popular view that everyone else has, when it just is not. Like, right now, the Republicans on Twitter are calling for, like, the Border Patrol to shoot illegal, quote-unquote, illegal aliens crossing the border on sight, and, like, melting down about the border falling, or whatever you want to call it. Meanwhile, you've got... This is what Biden was grilling the Republicans on. This is the game of chicken that the Democrats played with the Republicans. Border funding bill. Look at this. The biggest border security funding bill in the history of our country. Democrats voted 227 yes, 4 nay. Republicans, 2 yes, 191 nay. This border funding bill is the thing the Republicans say they want to do. Then they explicitly said they can't allow a bill like this to pass while Biden's in office. They've just outright let the game slip that any attempt to actually pass their overreaching extreme policies that they want to enact, they'll actually chicken out of it the last second as long as Biden is in office, because they don't actually want to win. They're like a dog chasing its tail that won't know what to do once they catch it. Once the Republicans catch that tail, they've got no wedge issues to win elections on anymore. They can't actually vote yes on a thing that they support. They had to literally kill the biggest border security funding bill ever because they didn't want it to be done under Biden, and they want Trump to take credit for it. And now they're complaining about the border not being secure enough, something that a month ago they were responsible for, like, shooting down the bill for. So the fact is, Biden played them for fools. Biden outed them. He showed the fact that they aren't going to follow through and that they will chicken out in the game of political chicken. The fact is, this is like Washington tactics. I don't know what else you would call it. And it resonates well with, like, the politically tapped in, like, moderate majority of voters. That actually resonates well. Like, that is an effective message. Like, the people who actually sit down and watch, like, CNN, C-SPAN, MSNBC, or, like, keep up with the news, which is, you have to remember, the majority of people. You guys remember when it was Biden and Bernie and Kamala, right? You guys remember, in Elizabeth Warren, right? In the primaries in 2020, if you were online, you really felt like Bernie was just destined to win. There was no way Bernie could lose. He has so much support. You had people saying, like, how can Bernie lose when he has, like, if you listen to people online, you would think the majority of the Black and Hispanic vote. But as it turns out, overwhelmingly, Black Americans voted for Biden in the primaries, overwhelmingly. I wish Bernie won, but the fact is, regardless of how great Bernie was, if you're online spending time in the lefty sphere, you'll genuinely allow yourself, or you'll find yourself without realizing it, having your perception of the popular political opinion warped. While the majority of the country is marginally progressive, they are not as progressive as this space and this community. You need to remember that. So all it really takes is the Republicans being proven weak by Biden to resonate with a lot of the people who already voted Biden and got him into office in the first place, the voting population. Will it win him the election? I don't know. But I do think that I think Vosh and Demon Mama have both been, like, especially with the State of the Union thing, a little harder, well, quite a bit harder on Biden than I think is fair. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the most liberal member of this community, but I don't know. I feel like my point here is pretty sound. Yeah. And now the Democrats have proven, like scientifically, at least for themselves, that the Republicans won't actually follow through on any motion they make in the House to like pass laws or bills or fund things that would what's the word for it? Or sorry, Congress. That would actually solve those wedge issues that the Republicans run on and win elections on. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. Orthers Dork, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Summerstar. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 dues. Very kind of you. Very base. Said, I am so hyped for this stream. You have no idea. Now to complete the ritual that is making mac and tomatoes the food of the gods and chillax. I'm not even going to ask what mac and tomatoes is, but enjoy it. Enjoy the stream. And hopefully you enjoy your time here. Thank you, and enjoy your food, Orthid Stork. Then Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, fun fact, there's an all-female army in Dune lore called, I kid you not, the Fish Speakers. Oh, that's awesome. Neat, neat. Cool, cool. Nice, nice. Yeah, Dune lore is cool. That's undisputable. A lot of good shit just took its lore from Dune. Doesn't the concept of a still suit come from Dune? Like, Subnautica takes inspiration from Dune in that case. Like, if there is a concept that is cool and stand out in Dune that you know from other, like, media, like sci-fi media, or if it's become real, for that matter, it probably, like, Dune came first. That's been my general reading. Imagine shitting on Israel during an election year in the USA. The GOP would shit their pants. Enjoy. The border bill getting deuced actually will let him put pressure on Israel without the GOP letting the GOP muddy the waters. You're exactly right. Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the big points you got to remember is that, like, support for Israel is still quite popular, and Israel is still quite effective at framing any criticism of the Israeli state as anti-Semitism. So you got to keep that in mind. Oh yeah, the ice worms. True, Circuit Dog. Circuit Dog, you made a good point there. I didn't even remember. The ice worms are pretty much just like the sandworms. The ones from below zero. Highly recommend Carmex. I've just been kind of applying this every time my lips feel even a little dry. And, I mean, my lips have never been as soft as they are now, you know? Society keeps on moving forward and more left, so in 20 to 30 years, Bernie would be considered a centrist? No. No, in 20 to 30 years, Bernie would not be considered a centrist. I'd say maybe in 50 to 60 years he might be. But that's a little too soon. You gotta remember, Bernie's policies weren't even that popular among Democrats. Gotta keep that in mind. Like Bernie's slogans were popular with a lot of Democrats, but even among Bernie supporters, once they were polled on what would have to be done in order to put into place some of Bernie's policies, even among Democrats, the rate of support for Bernie's, say, single-payer healthcare program, the rate for single-payer healthcare among Democrats is not that high. Hold on. Multi-verse single-payer healthcare support among Dems. Now, granted, this is more relevant back during 2020, but, yeah. Most most of the increase has come among Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents. A 54% majority of Democrats and Democratic leaners now favor a single national government. Oh, no, we've actually hit the majority. A weak but still 54% majority. As of when? As of this year. Okay, we've got a 54% majority of Democrats who support a single-payer program instead of a multi-payer program. That's something. It's not a strong majority, but it's a majority. 54% is still more than 50. That's more than the other side. Yeah, that's a big W. Big W. Maybe it isn't as radical as I thought. Pepper T21, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very based, very kind. Thank you. Gifted to Eye of Ra, Red Eye Fire, Levi, and Axo Laddie. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It means a lot and helps a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Says, thank you, Xana, and keep me from doomering. Anyway, here have an AI Omni-Man meme. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see.
Let me break it down for you, Mark. Your mother.
I do love these AI Omni-Man memes. The best one so far has been the Bugs one. I literally quote that all the time while playing Helldivers 2 on bug missions. Like, I'll just yell, Bugs, Mark!
Let me break it down for you, Mark. Your mother and I have a relationship that is all about a master-slave dynamic. When I said she was more like a pet to me, I meant that in the most literal way possible. Remember that time you found a dog collar under the couch? And I told you it was because we were getting you a dog. That was a lie, son. Truthfully, your mom likes it when I put her on a leash and walk her around the backyard. She's usually naked, of course. I can't explain why, but the whole thing is her idea. She'll piss on trees, sleep in dog cages, chew up furniture. She once took a full-sized adult woman shit in my dockers. Your mother is one fucked-up slut, Mark, and I love her, but I'm not bringing that energy back to Viltrum with me. And frankly, she scares me sometimes. I don't know who molested her or how they did it, but there is some dark juju in that woman's head, and I just don't know if I'm strong enough to fuck it all up. Let me break it down for you.
I love that in all of these memes, it sounds like something he would say, you know? Like, even if it was a bad impression, it still sounds like something he would say. Nah, that's the actual dialogue from Invincible, if I remember right. Yeah, that's true. That is the scene. There wasn't even an edit there. What the fuck? I thought this was a meme edit. This is the only good use of AI? True. AI memes are unironically a good use. Although you have to admit, they are using a actor's voice there without his permission. And it's probably monetized. So the question is, where is the line? When does it become okay? I just realized that the bolt gun from Warhammer 40k shot micro missiles. Okay, guys. The only good conservative. I guess he's not really that conservative. I believe he's supporting Biden. Yeah, he's supporting Biden in this election. Counterpoints or counterpoints. Let me see if I can find his Twitter. Listen, not all of his takes are good. I promise you that. But what the fuck? Hold on. But he posted on Twitter. Are you serious? I can't find bro's Twitter. I'm Oh, Twitter, you're making me lose it. Ah, are you kidding me? Twitter's been made a lot worse. I hope you guys know that. Like, Twitter's just so much worse. Like, not even just because the Nazis and the bot spam and all that, but, like, functionally, you can't find shit anymore. And it's gotten, like, it's been going on since before Elon, and it's gotten a lot worse since Elon. But Connor Points, if you guys know of him, he didn't get banned. No, you can't find people on Twitter anymore. Connor Points made a bolter from Warhammer. Kinda. You'll see what I mean. And he said that I can shoot it if I'm ever in the area. So I will hopefully one day get to shoot a real life bolter. That should be awesome. And a thing that happens, and I'd like to show you a video of it if I can just find his fucking Twitter. I know I retweeted it at one point, so I guess if I search my retweets, it'll come up. God, Twitter is so bad now. I wish I could purge things out of my memory, just so I don't bother to look for them when I'm live. Because I always end up wasting a bunch of time looking for a super obscure but relevant thing. And I just wish I could forget about it, because it's like almost painful to not try to find it. But I never find it, and it just ends up wasting a ton of time. And I am still scrolling, guys. I am still fucking scrolling. God, I hate Twitter so much. I hate Twitter so much. How the fuck have they... So what they've done, I believe, is they've removed the thing that makes it so when you search for an account, if you follow them, then, like, searching anything related or even close to their account's name, they come up. So you have to search their exact account name, even if you follow them, in order to find them. So that's basically the problem here, is I can't remember what his @ is. Found it! Yeah, no, it literally just doesn't come up. Never mind. He might actually... Yeah, it just doesn't come up. It's literally Counter Connor is his Twitter. Is his Twitter @ and I searched Counter Connor, and it didn't come up. So it's literally just... cursed. Literally cursed when I go live. Elon is live trolling me. I'm not even joking. Anyway, here's the bolter.
Yeah, the M4A1 pulse rifle.
I think it's just a shotgun with, like, a 3D printed shell around it. But it's a bolter.
Yes!
He made a bolter. He did it. He did the thing. He 3D printed the... Well, I don't know if it was even 3D printed. That could be metal that he, like, welded. I forget how he said he made it. I asked him, and he told me. But, yeah, we've seen it before. That's fucking cool. Yeah, it's dope. He made it? Yes, he didn't make the gun, Angel Brad 87. He obviously just had the gun, like the shotgun that's, like, in there. He already had that. He would have bought that. But the bolter part, like the part that makes it look like a bolter, he made that. And it's sort of like a shell that's around an already existing gun. So it's like he sort of transmogged a gun to look like a bolter, for a lack of better phrasing. It's not firing explosive, like, radioactive rounds or anything, like a real bolter, but it's got the power. It is the size and probably the same amount of recoil as shooting a real bolter. So that's really all that matters. Up, right, down, down, down. 500 kilogram. I saw a vid on the GTA 6 leaker. He has a history of troublesome hacking, and even after going to prison, he said once he gets out, he'll still be doing hacking stuff. I'm surprised it was someone in their late teens. Jesus. What caliber is the base gun then? Because that thing looks like it wants to escape. To be fair, it's not like holding that thing is not easy. So very much wants to fly out of his hand for sure. You gotta have big hands just to hold that. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might have to, like, pull one of these, you know, like basically shoot it how I would that rifle back there. There's like a foam roller next to it, but basically shoot it how I would that rifle, where I, like, kind of hit one of these numbers. Who knows? But yeah, it's probably a 12 gauge shotgun inside that thing. I'm pretty certain it's a 12 gauge. At least that's what I remember him telling me. That's a shotgun under there. I'm guessing 12 gauge. Maybe not, though. Are you talking about the Moscow Massacre at the... No, I'm not talking about the Moscow Massacre right now. I mean, I will later talk about it, but not at the moment. Look up Steven Seagal holding a gun. Sure. Steven Seagal is, like, one of the most hateable people there is in, like, the world of action movies. I don't really see anything stand out about this. I will say, at the very least, he is holding the guns, like, properly, from what I'm telling. Like, in all these shots of him holding guns in movies and in TV shows, he's holding them right. Except for here. Here he's kind of allowing... He's not really sealing it well, but... It's not a real gun, so... Nope, never mind. Never mind, not here. I assume this is him. He's kind of got a little weird of a grip here with his thumbs like that, but I guess, I don't know. Maybe, I think that's a 1911. Maybe with that, like, it's more comfortable that way. I don't know. It's not how I hold it. It's not how I was taught to hold it. But I shoot, like, my go-to handgun is a Glock, so you shoot those a little differently. You hold them mostly with your thumbs. So maybe just that way of holding it is just not how you hold a Glock, but you can hold other handguns just fine that way. I've seen some dudes use that grip, yeah. It's just I mostly shoot my Glock, and you aim that with your thumbs, for lack of better words, so you don't hold a Glock like that. You won't be accurate. You hold it a particular way that like, you basically do this, and you squeeze. This is, like, the most important part of aiming with a Glock is these two fingers. I'm a right-handed shooter, so making this motion and squeezing in a very particular way is how you make sure your aim is steady when shooting a Glock. You can catch your thumb pad in the slide. Well, yeah, that's why you just never want to get it, like, past that line between the lower and the upper. Got a great example. Why? I mean, I guess this is okay, but, like, you're supposed to, like, plant it in here and, like, lower yourself to look down the sights. Correct me if I'm wrong, and if I've been shooting guns wrong this whole time, tell me, but every time I shoot a rifle, I bury that shit nice and deep, planted, and then if I can't see through the scope or the sight, I lean in. But, like, yeah, it's above his shoulder. Look at, yeah, okay. I mean, you can do this. Like this isn't, like, gonna hurt you or make it so you can't aim well. You'd be, like, you don't have to have perfect form when shooting, but I do feel like when you're making a movie, you should try to show perfect form, if you can. Yeah, I see what you mean. He's not even looking down the sights. He could be looking past them, to be fair. It's just one frame. That's wrong form. Source, I am in the army. Okay. Well, yeah, it's definitely wrong form, but, like, you can shoot, like, relatively effectively without perfect form. Like, you could stand on one foot and shoot and be somewhat accurate, but you want to shoot with good form if you're in the military and like in a combat situation, and you want to shoot with good form especially when you're, like, demonstrating fake shooting for a movie, right? And you're supposed to be a soldier in like the movie. Yeah. I got a funny AI song meme of Joe from Family Guy got you a chat to watch before segment starts. One Piece 34, I appreciate it, but you gotta donate if you're gonna be having me watch these meme videos. We gotta get to the topics. I've been live for an hour almost. Loverworm, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very base, very kind. Helps a lot. Said dog and sent a link. Ooh, did he send me your puppy? Oh, Snow Dog. Wow. Snow Dog. So happy. I am very jealous that you are in a place with that much snow and you've got such a cute dog that you get to watch frolic in it. That looks like a dog made for the cold, too. I'm gonna just use they, them pronouns for your dog. They look like they're made for the cold and snow, you know? Like, just generally very inclined towards it. What a cute puppy. What a good little baby. I love the pattern, too. What a unique pattern. Like, you know, obviously a black and dark brown on the majority of the back and sides, but then like a yellowish white underbelly, or just white underbelly with a bit of yellow there, like yellowish brown. And then the sort of speckles here and the spotted ears. I love that. I love that. What a cute dog. What a happy dog, too. Thank you for sending that. I appreciate it, Loverworm. She's a booger? Aww. Well, she looks like a good little puppy. Yesterday was Beyblade Day, and we got some very good news regarding Hasbro and Beyblade. Cool. Very nice. I'm happy for you. Anyway, let me update the dono goal really fast, and then it's time for us to get into the topics, my friends. Ugh. Many topics to choose from for our first one. Where shall we start?
There is some
All right. Getting the first segment ready.
To the
You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. As you all know, I'm a Florida man, which means I have sort of a affinity, you know, for any Florida-related thing or story that comes up in my sight line that I find myself covering here on the stream. And this story in particular really touched me in a you know, it touched my heart. You know, I don't want you guys making sus jokes about that. It touched my heart. And this story in particular just, it made me sad, but it also made me feel as though I have a particular responsibility to talk about it as a Floridian, as a Florida man. Now, if you know anything about Florida, you probably know one thing, and that's that we have a large population of massive flesh-eating carnivorous reptiles that just roam the wilds of Florida and number in the tens of millions, if I'm not wrong. I believe there's that many. That animal is the alligator, the American alligator. We have a whole lot of them, and boy, do they get big And boy, can they be aggressive. They eat a lot of people's pets, obviously, but there's been a fair few attacks. So stories like this are not all that uncommon in Florida, where you see big-ass gators. I mean, if I saw a gator this big, I would not call the news, because it wouldn't be a newsworthy thing. So you'd actually be surprised at how few news stories there are about gators like this. Because it's so common, most Floridians just don't give a shit about a story like this. It's only really popular outside of Florida. But here's a good look at the kind of thing that's just very common in my home state.
Reptile everyone is talking about on Facebook tonight. Take a look at this guy, an alligator probably bigger than you've ever seen, crossing a trail in a Polk County park.
Yeah, it really is an unbelievable sight, isn't it? ABC Action News reporter Ryan Raich caught up with the brave hikers who captured this big guy in action and explains the backstory of this monster gator.
It's
People
the video that lit up
expect gators this big to only be in the Everglades.
the internet today. An alligator nearly as long as an SUV, sauntering from one marsh to another, and stunning onlookers nearby.
It was just awe-inspiring.
Christy Buckley was just wrapping up a morning
It's a big boy. That is a thick-ab boy.
hike with her husband Sean when the gator started to move. That's them right there lying on the ground.
They won't come up to you if you're with a ton of people, right? Ha! Like they won't attack? Ha! No. They'll attack if they damn well please. No, being in a group of people won't stop them. That's not how alligators think. It's really just a matter of, holy shit, stay the fuck away from them. You do not want to be near a gator. You just don't want to go near them when they are wild. They're unpredictable. They eat people. They're more dangerous than sharks. I would rather be in the water with a great white than be in the water with this thing.
Capturing these still pictures.
Oh yeah, and this thing can run 25 miles an hour. Yeah, they can like full on jump sprint. I'm not even joking.
From the other
Like they Minecraft jump sprint at you.
angle. And yes, he's just as big from that side too.
So my husband and I are calling him Godzilla because that's kind of what he looked like going across the path, yeah.
Crossing so slowly, his feet flopping with every step, and that tail drag.
This is not how they move when they want to go quickly. They run like a dog. Like when you see a dog really running, where they run like 2 legs at a time, like front, back, front, back, front. They hit that. They can do that, and they get air time, and they go fast. The problem is they're not very good at like turning, so if you hit like a curve as you run away, they're far less effective. But you don't want to zigzag. Zigzagging is a complete myth. Do not zigzag to get away from a gator. Run at an angle. Like, don't run in a straight line. Run it like a slight, run in a straight line, but not straight away from the gator. Run like at a curved side or something like that. The more you make it have to turn, the better, but you don't want to zigzag. That's not smart. It's hard to explain. You want to do more of like a big, snake pattern, but much larger than you're imagining. Like, run like a parking lot's width to make a C. You have to pit maneuver them. Don't gators hate human meat? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They'll try you. They'll try you. They'll still eat you. Anyway, gators, though, are considered to be much like dogs. I even see many people call them swamp puppies, which is why this story really hit home with me. Because believe it or not, domesticated gators, for as domesticated as a gator can get, are actually not unheard of. People have gators that sleep in their beds with them for decades and nothing bad ever happens, who sleep with their dogs and their cats and nothing bad ever happens. And this is the story of a guy who had a gator in a situation much like that. And let's just say this is the biggest ACAB moment I think we've ever seen.
There is some controversy brewing over an alligator seized from a home in Hamburg.
Yeah, the man who owned it as a pet has had the reptile as a companion now for more than 3 decades.
Not a Florida
and tonight,
man.
We're getting our first look inside the man's home, complete with a special indoor pool.
This dude had it set up for this gator to live a happy life. This gator is pampered. Look how like chubby the gator is too. It's like it's just a little chubby guy. He's just chilling. This man took care of that gator, yeah. Fat gators are happy gators.
Pool for that alligator. It's a habitat, as you see, that rivals something that you might see in a zoo. There's even a petition circulating on change.org tonight to have Albert the alligator return to his home. More than 20,000 people have already signed it. Our Michael Schwartz giving a voice to its owner today, who wants to be reunited with his 11-foot.
So you got to understand, based on what I've seen, the guy had this gator for decades, completely legally. In his state, it was allowed. He was licensed to have the gator. But then, in the last 4 years, the laws changed. And they didn't grandfather him or his gator into this new set of laws. And for essentially no reason, like very arbitrary reasons, like it was very clear they just wanted to get rid of him having a gator, like stop that from happening. And claiming supposedly bogus medical problems with the gator. From what we have heard, there are, as the owner claims, no problems with the gator. And yet the state claimed that there were medical problems with it as a reason to claim that he was a neglectful owner of his gator. Based on what we're seeing here, this doesn't look like something that a neglectful gator owner would have. You know, like even the water there I can see is clean. And that, like, I've had a pool before. I know how much work it is to keep a pool clean. Keeping that thing clean, a thing a gator shits in, must be very fucking difficult. This guy doesn't look like he's neglectful of the gator. So yeah, it's quite. I don't believe the tale that has been spun that this guy wasn't taking care of the gator. However, I understand people who see this stuff and they think, okay, so yeah, this gator should probably go to a wildlife preserve, right? I've seen a couple comments like that already in the chat, but even if you think that's the case, this guy had the gator for decades. Oh, on top of that, there were cases where like kids would take pictures of the gator in the pool, and you can say it's like a danger thing, but he's done that for like years and years and nothing bad ever happened. But they also use that as a reason to take his gator away. I feel like that's worth mentioning. But like kids would get in the pool and take a picture with the gator, and the gator would just kind of float there like a log. And you can say that's like horribly dangerous, but there are literally zoos that do that in Florida. Like you can say that's like this horrible, evil thing, but the guys raised the gator for I just closed out the video, son of a bitch. I hit X instead of the plus because they're so close to each other. The close tab and open new tab. Oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass to find stuff too. Thankfully it wasn't too hard here. No, undo won't do anything. Okay, so fuck, what was I searching before I closed that tab and had to refind it? I was gonna look something up. Oh yes, I know now. So you can say it's like grounds for that guy to have his gator taken away, but this is like an actual licensed zoo in Florida where they offer that same thing, except you spend like half an hour in the water swimming around with a full-grown alligator that's a rescue from the wild, not even raised from like the egg to this point by like a human with decades of trust built up. This is a rescue gator you're going to see here. Literally a rescue gator. And they offer this service where kids can get in the water and swim with the gator.
Hey guys, hanging out in the pond after one of my underwater gator tours. Hanging out in here with Casper. Got him sitting right here with me. Come here, buddy. Get on camera. There we go. So we got him hanging out right there with us. So one of the common questions I've covered a lot, but we'll go ahead and cover it again, is, where did he come from? Where do all the gators I come from or where do all the gators I work with come from? Why are they here? So these guys are all what are called wild-caught nuisance alligators, okay? So a nuisance gator is one that shows up in a backyard, a swimming pool, ate Fluffy, stuff like that, right? Now, once he eats somebody's dog, they're going to send out a trapper that will typically capture and kill the offending alligator, which is really sad, not a good thing. To give you an idea of how often this happens, the state gets about 14,000 nuisance alligator calls per year in the state of Florida. Divide that by 365, you get an average of 40 human alligator problems per day in this state alone. Now, they only catch about half because they're hard to catch, which means that the state actually kills.
They only catch half.
About 7,000 to 8,000 nuisance gators a year, which is obviously very sad. We don't want that. That's why it's so important not to be a nuisance person. By that, I mean, basically the big ones are people feeding them. Once you feed them, they learn to associate you with food. You don't have food, you are the food. That's really bad.
They will go where humans are once humans have fed them.
Don't ever feed them. Also, feeding them is what can create the alligator being killed, not just people, because once they're fed, they show that behavior, the animal's going to be labeled a nuisance. He's going to be shot and killed for it. So don't ever feed them. You're not doing them a favor. You're literally killing them. So don't do that.
Yeah. So I feel it's worth pointing out that video exists and that channel exists because, yeah, there are zoos that do tours where you get in the water with the gators and you swim with them. And they're literally, like, rescued nuisance gators that, like, ate someone's dog or something. This is a gator raised from when it was a baby by a human for decades, this guy's pet, and the police took it away. Now, imagine for a moment, you're sitting at home one day. They came unexpectedly, by the way, when they took it. Imagine you're sitting at home one day, and all of a sudden the police come and knock at your door, and they come in with, like, a tarp and one of those, like, loop things on a stick, and they put that over your dog's neck, wrangle your dog into the tarp, bag the dog up, which is what they did to the gator, by the way, and then they haul it off into a truck and take it away and say you will never be able to see it again. And they don't even allow you to say goodbye. That is what they did to him, except it was his alligator. Or imagine it was your cat they did it to. And that'll give you a semblance of an idea of what this guy is going through.
7-foot, 750-pound friend.
I will share the petition in the chat, and hopefully my editor will remember to put it in the description of this video when it goes out on YouTube.
Albert the alligator, an 11-foot, 34-year-old gator weighing more than 800 pounds.
34-year-old gator.
I'm Albert's dad. That's all there is to it. He's like family to everybody.
Tony Cavallaro got Albert at an Ohio reptile show in 1990.
He was 2 months old when I got him. He was captive born. He don't know nothing but people his whole life.
This is Albert's room, which Tony built, an extension on his home just for his gator, who was taken from here on Wednesday.
My yard's swarmed with DEC cars. They're up the road.
On Wednesday morning, the DEC seized the gator with the help of police and the SPCA, citing Albert was illegally kept without a permit.
They wouldn't let me out here.
The thing is, he kept the gator for decades legally with a permit. The rules were changed, and he was not able to qualify for the new rules. Basically, imagine you've had a pet for decades, and all of a sudden the laws change and the police are coming to take your pet away.
See, I'm taking him out of here.
And then they loaded Albert into the back of the cargo van and just laid him in there.
Laura Lautner lives next door.
It was really upsetting how it was handled.
This is the permit Tony has for Albert. It expired in September of 2021. He tells me he tried getting it renewed by the DEC.
They would not answer me, so this is on them.
The DEC says Albert was blind in both eyes and had spinal issues. Tony says none of that is true. As far as claims that children swam with Albert, Tony says kids have posed for pictures in the pool, but it wasn't often.
And they got right out and we washed, dried them off and whatever.
But many people are fans of Tony and Albert together.
Yeah, I feel like Albert was probably put down. Yeah, by now Albert was probably put down. They probably take the guy's gator and put it down. It's probably already too late. I hope to God it's not, but things tend to move pretty quickly when it comes to these things. Albert was probably put down the same day they took him away. There was probably zero hope of getting Albert back in the first place. He should sue the state. I mean, yeah, he should. Will he win? I want him to, but I don't think chances are high. I wouldn't bet a lot of money that he would win. or get a large settlement. Within 1 week for dangerous pets, yeah. And it's already been a week, so it's probably already too late, sadly.
Together, thousands have rallied on social media blasting the DEC for seizing the 34-year-old gator, some even making shirts to take Albert back.
He's not having alligator get-togethers or parties, and he's just a neighbor, and he's a really nice guy, and he loves that alligator and treats it really, really well.
The drumsticks. The DEC says the gator is now in the care of a licensed caretaker.
Oh, okay. Hey, at least Albert is supposedly alive and is being held by a caretaker. That's good. However, you took his dog. You took his swamp dog. They took his swamp dog! They took his dog, dude. They took his dog. What the fuck, man? You can't take a man's dog.
Spokesperson tells me even if Cavallero did still have a license for Albert, any public contact with the reptile would be prohibited. Michael Schwartz, 7 News, Hamburg.
There is some controversy.
He's not even allowed to, like, contact the reptile, quote-unquote, again. Like, it actually feels like they went out of their way to do this in the most cruel way possible. And it comes off as genuinely vindictive, not as just, like, cold, bureaucratic, like, I'm sorry, man, these are the rules. It comes off more like they did this gleefully in the most psychologically harmful way they could to him, and probably the most traumatic way they could for the gator as well. Whoever called for that as a cunt, I mean, it was just the laws changing. The local wildlife agencies changed their rules on the type of qualifications you have to meet to get a permit for that. So yeah, this is literally just a big-ass ACAB moment. They took his swamp puppy. Like, they took his dog. What the fuck? They took his dog! How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Thoughts, chat? Yes, no, maybe? Good segment? Did you like? Good seggy, just sad? Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy the gator didn't die. Supposedly the gator is alive. Free fucking Albert, true. Guys, I have bought a new game today. It was not Dragon's Dogma 2 because I'm waiting for that game to get optimized before I even think about buying it. I started playing a new game today called Vintage Story. Heard a lot about it over the years, like the last year and a half, 2 years maybe. Put it off because it looked cool, but when I first discovered it, it clearly didn't have that much content to speak of, but now, oh boy, does it have a lot of content to speak of. Allow me to show you what it is. It's basically like, if Hytale is going to be Minecraft 2, Vintage Story is going to be Minecraft 1.5. It's like, it's hard to explain. Here's the trailer. I've been quite addicted to it. This is just straight up gameplay. This is how the game looks. It's called Vintage Story. It was actually made by a Hightail dev. One of the people working on the game is a Hightail dev. It shares a lot of, like, bones with that. Found my new game to no life. Yeah, I'm no lifing this till Hightail drops for sure. It's $20. If you know the Create mod, this alone tells you, holy shit, this game has the Create mod built in, essentially. Not only that, but this game has modding. Like, deep mod support, like, already. So, like, I haven't gotten into modding, because, like, the base game is so deep, and I want to play through the base game. Is this only on Steam? It's not on Steam. No, you have to go to their website, and you have to make an account, and then you have to buy it, like, on their site. I used PayPal, and then you just, like, go through the link that they email you after you buy it. It's basically bought the same way you used to buy Minecraft. You go to their website, you buy, you make an account, you basically make that account premium by buying a copy, and then you download the launcher for the game, and you got it. Is it multiplayer? Yes, it is multiplayer, yeah. Also, a big part of the game is that, like, you place a lot of items down, and, like, yeah, you can just see, oh my gosh, you place a lot of things down around. Like, you have chests and storage, but they're quite limited. So you find yourself having to, much like in Zomboid, if you've ever played that, place things around. And, like, you can do it, I mean, like this. Like, let's say you've got some sticks. Just place the sticks down on a table, you know? And then you pick them back up when you want to craft with them. Oh yeah, animals will raid your farm. These are raccoons raiding beehives. Cooking. Lots of cooking. You chisel sculptures pixel by pixel. This is a voxel-based game, so you can make chiseled pixel by pixel builds. It's quite dope. The crafting is literally like, here is a, like, lump of metal, hammer out each individual pixel until the lump of hot metal is in the shape of the thing you want to forge. And it gets cold over time, so you have to be fast and keep reheating it. And the faster you can hammer it out, the less times you have to reheat it. It is very cool. I'm definitely going to do a story or a server of this game in the future, for sure. Let me see if I can show... Yeah, they put out a new update recently. This is a feature update they just put out recently. They just got to their 1.19 update. Overhauled first-person mode. Yeah, this is how the game looks now. Which is why I was confused by that trailer, because the game looks so much smoother now. Also, there's seasons, so if you're wondering why things look a weird color, it's because it might be fall or winter, and that changes the colors of everything. Configurable cave-in system. You have to set up... Wait. I'm still very new to the game. I don't know a lot that's in the game. Build support beams to prevent getting buried alive. You have to use the wood beams to make supports for your cave, like, mines, otherwise they'll collapse and cave in. Added moose and 11 more species. 11 species of deer. Yeah, there's a lot of different animals, if you can't tell. 11 species of deer. Jesus. And they're distinct! The game has shaders like Minecraft built in, as you can see. Like, this is on low settings, too. I can tell by the way the shadows look here. Whoever's recording is recording on lower settings. What game? Vintage Story. Add 11 species of goats. Animal catching. Trap wild animals. Nice. A working trapping system. You can box them up and transport them. Nice. Fully reworked surface ruins. Yeah, this is how the ruins look. This is a recent update. So this is like, I haven't known the game before it had features like this because I just bought it today. But this is just a look at some gameplay. Fully reworked underground ruins. Whoa, I haven't seen underground ruins. Holy shit. Yeah, I haven't seen these yet. I haven't gotten this far. Look at that. The amount of detail this game pulls off. There's little hidden rooms. New accessibility settings. You can turn off view bobbing if you want to. Sure. Oh yeah, here's the crafting. So this is how you nap flint. So they basically, you have to like carve out pixel by pixel the pattern of, say, like a flint blade. And then once you've gotten it, you pick up the flint blade, it completes the craft, and then you've got like a flint blade. And then you connect that to like a handle, which would be a stick, and then you've got a flint work blade. That's like one of the first things you would make is like napping, and then yeah, you get like the hammering out system, and you make like molds out of clay. So there's like a clay molding system that's similar. It's so fucking cool. Oh, you can change the thickness of the wireframes. So yeah, this has to do with the rifts and like the monsters in the game. There's like a hell dimension that's like seeping into the overworld, kinda. Ooh, you can make the world all wobbly. Commands, cool. Oh yeah, here's like it has a built-in map with waypoints. Here's a look at how the world generates and how like just generally exploring in the map works. Like the game is very much made for exploration. Hytale? Not Hytale. Vintage Story. It is made by one person on the team is a Hytale dev, so it has some like Hytale inspiration in it for sure. But it's like if Hytale went down a more hardcore survival path. Do you want to play this after stream, Balth? After watch party? We're gonna do more From. Yeah, Hytale will have stuff from this in it too, no doubt, yeah. I really like how it generates the terrain. It looks real, you know? The characters and their movements look very weird, but it grows on you, I guess. Alright, Bal. Improved God Rays. Yeah, the game is very pretty. Added 2 more plants, tulle and brown sedge for more floral variety. Character selector tweaks. Better randomizer. Huh. Yeah, the characters speak in like different instruments, basically. Like imagine like you can do a tuba, a clarinet. It'll be like wah, 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 like similar to like the Charlie Brown, like Peanuts adult speaking type thing is how your characters talk. Yeah, the 3D models are really good. Apparently, this is a recent update. Apparently, I chose the right time to get into this game. It is really cool. Killed an ogre last night, and it was literally the most satisfying experience of gaming I've had in years. Unfortunately, I can't bring myself to buy the game until they fix the performance issues when it comes to Dragon's Dogma 2. The performance issues, from what I've heard, are really bad, and that's what I'm waiting for them to fix. The other things people have complained about I know are bullshit, like the microtransactions thing is bullshit. It's a Capcom game. Obviously, there's, like, pointless microtransactions that aren't even necessary. But, yeah, like, it just seems like the performance on PC is the big problem, and that's what I'm waiting for them to solve. Do you have to skin animals by hand? Yes. Yes, you do. You do have to skin the animals after you kill them. Not, like, in the same mechanic, but it's... You basically have to, like, skin them, and then that, like, loots them. Bango the Buck, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5 dues. Very kind and based of you. Says, hey, Zan, glad to continue to support you. I'm a little nervous about this next election, but I hope to stay positive. I'll be 19, and I'll vote for the first time. Hell yeah, I'm excited for you to cast your first ever blue vote. Yeah, honestly, vote through the mail. It's easier. You can vote early, and you don't have to leave the house for it. There is literally no charm to leaving your house to vote. I will never vote outside of my house ever again. Mail-in voting is so goddamn goated. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Aaron Yeager, thank you for the $5. Based name, thank you. Says, first time catching a Zan stream, felt like donating. Hell yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. Aaron Yeager. Depending on what state you're in, you can't vote by mail. I am in a lib-cucked state, okay? You can't have 15-round magazines in your gun in this state, but you can mail-in vote, so we're good. How do you get a mail-in ballot? You go online and you request one. You put in your address, and they send you one. Wait, can you vote by mail in Texas? Maybe. Google it. I'm not Google. You lucky bastard? Yeah, I love being in a liberal state. Although I don't like it when it comes to the fact that a lot of guns are banned here. A lot of fun gun things are not allowed. One sec, chat. All right. Let me update the dono goal really fast. I'm going to start the next segment. Thank you for your continued support, guys. By the way, if you're watching the stream, make sure to drop a like. Do not forget, if you are watching right now, it really, really helps. A lot. Immensely, in fact, if you drop a like. There's over 200 people watching right now, and only 82 people have liked the stream. Come on, guys. I know you're better than... I know you got it in you. I know you're better than that. Come on. Don't be the same as the people who think their vote doesn't count. Hit the like button. It really does help. And I really do appreciate it. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So you know how lately I've been talking about YouTube, Reddit, Twitter, all these platforms, and how lately it really feels as though they have kind of turned the other way when it comes to far-right, anti-minority rights, TOS-breaking content on their platforms. You've noticed that, right? However, more so than ever, there have been false positives with the moderation algorithms banning, striking, and demonetizing left-wing figures who are far smaller for calling out those TOS violations. For example, Dylan Burns has had his entire channel fully demonetized, with YouTube claiming that he's pro-terrorism, repeatedly rejecting every single attempt to remonetize his channel he sends in, while meanwhile, some of the biggest channels out there, I mean, hell, we've got the official Taliban YouTube channels that have been sponsored by the Taliban, who have hit over 100,000 and 1 million subs in some cases, and so have been sent silver and gold play buttons by YouTube and signed letters by the YouTube CEO. And then on top of that, you've got YouTubers such as The Offensive Teesler, the anti-trans YouTuber who, let's just say, doesn't use Teesler as I say it in the name. It's just the outright slur. That channel has over 100,000 subs on YouTube and has not been penalized. He has a silver play button. YouTube printed out the Teesler on a play button and sent it to a transphobic propaganda channel. And not only that, but that play button came with a signed letter by the CEO of YouTube. So as you can imagine, despite all the virtue signaling Google, YouTube, all these companies will try to do, they are very much insincere in every last bit of their pandering that they do. They don't actually care, and it's very obvious. And because they don't care, they're getting sued. Reddit and YouTube must face a lawsuit over the radicalization of the Buffalo shooter. The tech companies Reddit and YouTube must face a lawsuit filed by the survivors of a racist shooting in Buffalo that alleges the site's algorithms helped to radicalize the shooter and prepare him for the attack, a New York State judge has ruled. Filed last year, the lawsuit claims that before the shooter killed 10 black people at a Tops grocery store in 2022, he steeped himself in increasingly inflammatory and conspiratorial content on YouTube and Reddit, and then sought guidance on the platforms to acquire a weapon and body armor for the attack. The suit is a test of the limits of Section 230, a law that has long shielded internet platforms from lawsuits over content posted by their users. The plaintiffs are 25 survivors of the shooting, who are represented by the legal group Everytown Law, which specializes in gun safety litigation. So, this Section 230 has for a long time been the safety net for these tech companies. Twitter, Google, all these companies have all fallen back on Section 230 as their defense when it comes to any attempt to hold them accountable for things that have been platformed or posted on their platform. This ranges, Facebook has used Section 230 as a defense probably the most out of all of these tech companies because they've been probably the most under fire. And essentially, it acts to protect a private business owner from having to be responsible. Like, let's say you want to make your own website. Like, I want to make my own website, right? Like, Section 230 protects me. If somebody in my chat types out some, like, horrific screed and then does violence, and someone tries to sue me, claiming that they're posting that screed here bears up, they could have grounds. Well, obviously they could sue me regardless, but they could have some grounds if Section 230 didn't exist, right? Claiming that in some way my website bolstered that messaging, right? Basically, it's meant to be a protection, but it has been abused because these platforms really don't have to worry about any legal ramifications for platforming really fucked up material that may not be necessarily illegal, but could only ever lead to illegal action. And so now YouTube's actually being held to their TOS and expected to enforce it accurately. Instead of just false striking small lefty channels all day, they've got to maybe go after some of the massive far-right hate channels that are taking off on YouTube these days. Maybe that'll be YouTube's response to this, because at the moment, as long as Section 230 exists as the precedent that it does, the only court that YouTube really has to worry about is the court of public opinion when it comes to how they enforce their moderation. The suit is a test of the limits of Section 230, a law that has long shielded internet platforms from lawsuits over content posted by their users. The plaintiffs are 25 survivors of the shooting who are represented by the legal group Everytown Law, which specializes in gun safety litigation. Reddit and YouTube had independently asked the judge to dismiss the lawsuit. But in a ruling Monday, Judge Paula Ferroletto rejected those requests. Quote, for too long, social media companies have skirted accountability by hiding behind Section 230, claiming immunity from liability for content they distribute, Everytown Law Executive Director Eric Tierschwell said in a statement. Quote, we must hold accountable every single bad actor that prepared and equipped the shooter to target and kill members of Buffalo's black community. Hell yeah. This judge has got YouTube by the balls. This judge does not seem like they want to let YouTube slip out of this one. In statements to NPR, Reddit and YouTube said they disagreed with the decision and planned to appeal. Quote, while we disagree with today's decision and will be appealing, we will continue to work with law enforcement and other platforms and civil society to share intelligence and best practices, said Jose Castaneda, a spokesperson for YouTube, who added his sympathies for the victims and families of the shooting. Yeah, no, YouTube does not give a fuck. YouTube is actively striking and demonetizing shitloads of my lefty friends on YouTube who make absolutely non-TOS breaking content. Meanwhile, there are channels who have slurs in their names, having play buttons printed out by YouTube and sent to them, which are then seen and signatured by the YouTube's CEO. I do not believe for a second that YouTube gives a shit. YouTube is quickly and very much like with lots of publicity platforming the Taliban's official internet propaganda channels. And has sent them play buttons too. Shipped them. They have shipped the play buttons to Afghanistan. To the Taliban channels. It's insane. Testing the limits of Section 230. For nearly 3 decades, Section 230 has protected internet platforms of all kinds, from message boards to video hosting sites to modern social media apps, from most legal liability for what their users post. In recent years, as algorithms have taken greater control over which content users see, that legal protection has been increasingly called into question in cases that have reached the Supreme Court. And the matter that really is going to make the difference here is the fact that YouTube's algorithms are absolutely and provably, in this day and age, tuned to push you into radicalizing right-wing content. The fact is, you can't find, there is not a set number or percentage of content that is radicalizing on YouTube, because the state of this platform is so naturally in flux at all times. So in 2019, if you did a study to see what the likelihood was of the algorithm pushing you to far-right content from a very neutral position of content viewership, it was probably far less bad than it would be today in a post-Andrew Tate, in the times we're in right now, YouTube world, where YouTube is really just false positive striking lefty channels left and right while leaving TOS violators to just run free. I genuinely have never seen more slurs just in YouTube titles in my recommended than in the last year of YouTube. Have you noticed that? Just full-on slurs in the thumbnails and titles of videos just being allowed? Or at least really heavily implied? It feels like YouTube has loosened the grip. No? I've seen it. Maybe it's because my YouTube account is, I watch right-wing videos of this account when I cover them on here, so it gets infected with that in the algorithm. But the videos that YouTube recommends me when I'm not streaming, they have fucking slurs in the thumbnails and titles, and they're just the most horrific shit, on its face, with hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and no real suppression by the platform. However, the Buffalo lawsuit sidesteps Section 230 entirely by casting YouTube and Reddit's algorithms as a defective product. If the court agrees, it could subject the tech companies to an entirely different set of laws, the same laws that would hold any manufacturer liable for harm caused by a dangerous product. That question was not settled by Monday's decision. Quote, the social media/internet defendants may still prove that their platforms were mere message boards, thereby providing them with the protections of Section 230 and the First Amendment, the judge wrote. However, what's really going to make the difference is the algorithm. The fact that the algorithm so reliably will push young men interested in a certain set of, hobbies and interests into far-right propaganda. The shooter, who is white and was 18 at the time of the attack, did not begin his YouTube experience by watching hateful and violent videos, the lawsuit claims, but rather was steered to them by YouTube's algorithm and autoplay functions. On Reddit, the site's algorithm helped him find online communities that provided him with the know-how and extremist encouragement he needed to commit the attack at tops, the complaint states. Spokespeople for Reddit and YouTube alike said their companies have invested in technology to combat extremist and hateful content. Yeah, fucking right. Quote, we are constantly evaluating ways to improve our detection and removal of this content, including through enhanced image hashing systems. One time I did a video on how obsessed Geeks and Gamers is with Brie Larson, and that video got striked for hate speech. Most of the strikes, all my strikes have been false, by the way. Besides the current false strike I have that I need to appeal. Well, I'm not even going to appeal it because YouTube will just let it go in a couple months. So I'm just going to let it expire on its own. But every false strike I've gotten, besides the most recent one, because I just can't bother to go through the process, YouTube has agreed after multiple rejections of my appeals that eventually that it was a false strike and it was a mistake. So I have been false striked countless times for hate speech. And the hate speech is me covering far-right channels that have millions, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of subs on YouTube, and make boatloads of money off the platform. But I get a hate speech strike for making fun of Geeks and Gamers for his obsession with Brie Larson. That has happened to me before. That is just one of the many strikes. Another one happened because I was debunking Steven Crowder's misinfo on vaccines. That got me a hate speech strike. And the fact is, it wasn't even me that got the strike. It was Steven Crowder in that case. The content of the right-wing channels I was covering are what the algorithm detected and striked me for. But those original channels are so much more successful than your average lefty channels, such as myself, that YouTube's bot algorithms are very clearly tuned to just look the other way when it comes to larger channels, a lot more often. But with the smaller channels, they seem to be trained to shoot first, ask questions later. And naturally speaking, it really does seem like online the left is always going to have the bottom foot when it comes to internet popularity. Like, the left is never going to be more popular than the right online. Just because people who tend to be left-leaning don't spend their entire lives online. So, right-wingers, they'll always be on the internet. They'll always be a large portion of the internet. So, I think it's worth remembering that. Quote, we are constantly evaluating ways to improve our detection. Oh yeah, I already read that line. Pending the appeals, the claims against YouTube and Reddit may now continue to discovery, the stage of a lawsuit in which the parties can be compelled to produce documentation and lawyers can interview witnesses under oath in depositions. The lawsuit will also proceed against several other defendants, including an arms manufacturer and the gun shop that sold the shooter his weapon. The shooter, Peyton Gendron, was sentenced last year under state charges to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He also faces federal hate crime charges. In January, federal prosecutors said they would seek the death penalty, a first for the Biden administration. Ooh, what do you guys think? Death penalty for the neo-Nazi who shot up a mall specifically to kill as many black people as possible? I'm not a big fan of the death penalty, so I have to say cringe, but I'm not gonna cry about it. What can I say? It's like that one pedophile guy that they gassed recently in, Alabama or whatever. It's like, man, that guy... I don't like capital punishment, but that guy did rape multiple children and kill them. I'm not gonna cry over him choking to death in a chamber, Yeah. The problem with the death penalty is that there have been so many cases of just like with YouTube, Were they false positive lefty channels that are covering actual TOS violating content? There have been many false positives in the realm of criminal justice, and the death penalty notably has resulted in many innocent, notably majority black men being put to death, only for it to later come out that they were absolutely indisputably innocent when more evidence comes out. Or you get like the investigators admitting that they took a false confession, that kind of thing. Anyway, guys, I know it was a bit of a short one, but I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. What do y'all think? I think it came out pretty good. Good seg. Nice. Alright guys, remember, we're all back on YouTube now, so I might get copyright cucked here. If that happens, just wait. The stream will come back. It's just YouTube temporarily taking the stream down until the copyrighted content has stopped playing. When it has stopped playing, the stream will come back. I don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. It's not this like OBS crashing when it happens, so just giving you a fair warning. We're about to watch an MSNBC segment, and they are quite copyright happy when you're live, so we're going to get as much of this watched as we can. Wait, did something happen? Nothing happened. I'm just giving you a warning. Immediately panic. Nope, no panicking. I'm just warning you guys if it happens. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... action. So, there's been a lot of doom and gloom around the election. The Republicans pushing for Project 2025, which will entail the destruction of our democracy and the unanimous giving of power to Donald Trump if he gets elected. There's a lot of doom and gloom. There's a lot of doom and gloom, but I haven't covered a lot of the good news that is sort of related to this election. And believe it or not, there actually is some. For example, Biden and the Democrats have raised record-breaking amounts of money for the campaign going into 2024 for the general election. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, specifically the headliner of the Republican Party, and the GOP itself are not doing very well financially at the moment. And on top of that, the Republican Party's financial problems don't seem like they're going to get any better anytime soon, considering the fact that the GOP's donors are not interested in giving their money to Trump's legal campaign, or not his legal fees. It's not campaign money as they would hope for it to be. It's going to be legal fee money. All the while, Donald Trump just doesn't have enough liquid cash to pay off his civil bond, which is, what, $100 million. And even if he liquidates all of his real estate assets, apparently even then he won't have the money to pay it off. So Donald Trump is truly stuck between a rock and a hard place here. And it's not just Donald Trump, it's the whole Republican Party, which has tied itself to Trump, that's going to get dragged down with him by the looks of things. And I really am curious to see how it's going to go. The only saving grace they have is for Trump to win the election. If Trump loses, this truly could be the end of the Republicans as we know it.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. We're just over a week into the general election now that Donald Trump and Joe Biden are their party's presumptive nominees. And the president is now really campaigning. I mean, traveling to 5 states in the last 10 days, touting his record. Today, he was in Houston, Texas for a campaign reception where he spoke about the booming economy and told a joke that has been getting a lot of laughs on the trail. Quote, "I know not everyone's feeling enthusiasm. The other day, a defeated-looking man came up to me and said, 'Mr. President, I'm being crushed by debt. I'm completely wiped out.' I had to say, 'I'm sorry, Donald. I can't help you.'"
That was a Biden W. I was like not reading ahead either. I wasn't expecting the punchline there. That was actually really good. Wait, that was a banger. No way he came up with that one himself. That was definitely like planned for him, ghostwritten for him, but that's a good joke.
Of course, while the president has been slinging zingers, all eyes have been on his Republican opponent, who owes more than $500 million in legal fines. And the clock is ticking on the largest of those. That's the $454 million judgment in New York, finding Trump liable for inflating his wealth to secure better terms on loans.
That's the thing, too. The thing that he is being charged the civil fine for is inflating the value of his real estate assets. And so he has to sell his real estate assets to liquidate them to pay off this fine. But to do that and have enough money, he may have to overvalue his real estate assets even more. He might actually be caught in a loop of having to commit more crime to pay off his crime.
The ex-president has just 4 days remaining to post a bond covering that massive amount. He needs to secure the bond by Monday, March 25th, in order to avoid paying the actual judgment while he appeals.
What I love as well is all the Republican, Trump-loving, Glazer accounts on Twitter that are tweeting, "Aren't there any billionaires out there that are liquid enough to pay Trump's legal fees? Why aren't there any Republican billionaires liquid enough to pay these legal fees?" It's like, there are no billionaires out there that have $454 million in liquid funds just sitting at their disposal because it's a waste of that much money. There is a reason why it is invested in stuff like real estate. The problem is Donald Trump overvalues his real estate and his properties, and that's what he's in trouble for. But it's also his big problem. It's why he is not actually wealthy enough to be able to afford this and a presidential campaign. And the GOP is already bled, almost dry. So it's not like the GOP is going to be able to bankroll him here and save the day.
In a filing earlier this week, Trump's lawyers claimed it was impossible to get that bond, that he'd been rejected by more than 30 companies. Well, the New York attorneys...
Oh, and in case anybody is curious, no, Trump cannot leverage his properties or his real estate for the bond. The bond agencies will not allow that. They will not accept it. No one will accept it. He has to give them cash. So he has to liquidate. He can't pull some tricky loophole bullshit here. The only out he has is string this along until Election Day, winning the election, and then absolving himself of all responsibility for this. If he loses, it won't matter how long he pushes this on for, he will have to pay. He will probably have to file for bankruptcy. Probably not personal bankruptcy. What is it, Chapter... What is the... Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Yeah, he might have to liquidate everything. The Chapter 7 bankruptcy. Chapter 17? It looks like Chapter 7 is what he would have to do. Close enough? Okay. You were close enough.
The Attorney General's office disputed that, noting in a reply that Trump could break up the amount he owes into multiple smaller bonds, citing some precedent of other settlements that work that way. They also suggested that the problem is of Trump's own...
Will he be able to hold this off? Well, you'd be surprised at how much the legal system allows for you to, like, push things off and delay stuff. It is surprisingly, like, easy and possible to do that kind of thing, and it hasn't been unheard of for, like, older people to literally ride out their court date, like their final court date and sentencing for something they're definitely going to be found guilty of, until they die. But depending on the crime, you're just going to be held in jail until then. But there's a limit to how long you can be held in jail sometimes. So, yeah, it's a complicated thing. I don't know all the laws and regulations around it, and it's based on state by state too. So I can't even give you an answer that's consistent between every state.
Making, since he fraudulently inflated the value of his properties, which he now needs to use as collateral.
Yeah,
good point. Today, the judge overseeing the case ordered the Trump Organization to inform its court-appointed financial monitor in advance of any attempts to secure the bond. The order enhancing the monitor's powers also requires the company to inform her of any financial disclosures requested or required, any information provided in response to such requests, any representations made by Trump Organization in connection with securing such bonds, any personal guarantees made by any of the defendants, and any obligations of the Trump Organization required by the surety. Certainly seems like a good idea, I gotta say, at a moment when Donald Trump is under so much pressure and so vulnerable and obviously desperate and might be.
This really is the most under fire Trump has ever been in his life. He has never had so many indictments and fines and charges that he has to pay. All the while, he also has to pay for a campaign, and all the while, the GOP is broke as shit and can't afford a campaign like he wants to do, or to bankroll Trump's legal fees, and Republican, like, GOP donors don't want to donate to the GOP because they know it's just going to go to paying Trump's legal fees. And as much as Trump supporters on Twitter may whine for it, no billionaire wants to drop hundreds of millions of dollars to bail Trump out of this, you know? No one wants to do that. I guess maybe unless they want to have Trump as president be sort of beholden to them. But Trump's not the kind of guy that'll actually, like, pay that back, you know? Like, even after he's done with all this, he's still going to be broke. Even as president, with how broke he'll be, he might not even be powerful enough to pull off the coup he wants to do.
He the next president? Not to mention the fact that he's already been deemed too untrustworthy to do business in New York State. Now, Trump is still hoping to be basically bailed out.
Is it too mean for us to enjoy this demise of Trump? No. What? No, Trump would laugh, like, uproariously at you getting, like, run over by a truck. He would piss on you after you got ran over, just because he thought it was funny. You should never feel bad about anything bad happening to Trump, ever.
Out by the appellate court. His lawyers are pushing for them to intervene, to come in and basically say he doesn't have to pay, claiming in a letter today that having to come up with a bond would cause Trump, quote, irreparable harm. I bet it would. But if he does not get the answer he wants from that appeals court, and that could be today or tomorrow, I guess tomorrow, if he cannot secure the bond by Monday, okay, the wheels are already in motion for the state of New York to start seizing Trump's assets. That's how this works. Bloomberg reports that New York Attorney General Letitia James has formally
How fucking awesome is it going to be to watch the videos of, like, dudes coming in to take Trump's stuff away? Just carrying off furniture, like taking his property, taking his cars and his vehicles, taking, like, the signs down off of his buildings so they don't say Trump anymore. There's going to be videos of that going up online. He owns so many properties with his name on them.
Registered the $454 million judgment against Trump in Westchester County, north of New York City, where Trump owns two valuable properties. Quote,
yeah, this is all going to end with Donald Trump working in a Cinnabon in Omaha.
It will allow James to more easily secure liens, should she decide to do so, on the Trump National Golf Club Westchester and the mostly undeveloped 212-acre Seven Springs estate. Trump's golf club in Westchester is located in Briarcliff Manor. Features a 7,300-yard golf course,
Briarcliff Manor,
101-foot waterfall, 75,000 square foot.
It is really crazy how much property these people own, you know? Like, the concept of owning two different places so far from each other is such a foreign and alien concept to me, it's hard to compute. Like, the idea that way up in the, like, forest, wherever the hell this is, you've got your, like, golf course resort, then, like, thousands of miles away down south in Florida, you've got your, what's it called? Your, like, resort, like, Mar-a-Lago, and then you've got, like, your beach house getaway, a bunch of, like, properties that are just rentals for people, because, you know, it's a, like, land and property is one of the best forms of investment you can do, because it's a finite resource that will always increase in value as more of it gets used, you know? And so, yeah, it's such a foreign concept. Just to imagine myself sitting here in this house, but let's imagine I had a house back in Florida that was, like, mine, and it was my house, and like, I could just, like, catch a plane, and it's, like, an empty house that's just waiting for me there, because I got a property there. Like, that concept is just so weird. Like, how could you ever feel comfortable knowing that at any given time, at least one of your homes is left completely vacant and unguarded? Obviously, Trump's so wealthy he has, like, minions. But regardless, I mean, I don't know.
Clubhouse, the town has valued the property at $15.8 million, which is, you know, in the grand scheme of things, not a ton of money. Now, Trump's Seven Springs estate was a major focus of the Attorney General's case, ironically or not, with Judge Arthur Engoron ruling that Trump wildly inflated its value. In 2015, the property was appraised for $56.5 million. Trump claimed it was worth as much as $291 million. Oh, it's the lower valuation, I think, that will probably...
That is magnitudes of over-evaluation that Trump has committed there. That is not even disputable. That's not even like, I accidentally carried a 1. You know, it's like, yeah. No, that's not even on accident.
Probably be counted towards the penalty. Of course, the judgment against Trump is also registered in Manhattan, where the verdict came down and where the ex-president owned.
Can you imagine just watching them taking down the fucking Trump Tower sign as they claim his properties, take down the Mar-a-Lago sign? Dude, I've seen Mar-a-Lago so many times, like, over the years growing up in Florida. Just when I'd be in that area, you'd see it, and it stands out. It's nice, you know, it stands out. The idea of that no longer belonging to Trump anymore, oh, what a glorious concept. Imagine Trump not owning a single golf course.
Trump Tower, valued at $99 million. An office building at 40 Wall Street, valued at $200 million. A condominium building called Trump.
How would his cult react? Well, to give you an idea, Trump recently said if he doesn't win, it will be a bloodbath in America. That is the quote. It'll be a bloodbath if he doesn't win.
World Tower, valued at $19.8 million. The Attorney General, we should note, is not even limited to New York. Some of Trump's most valuable properties are out of state, including Mar-a-Lago, the Trump National Doral Golf Resort in Miami, and the Trump National Golf Club in LA. So Donald Trump's property portfolio is threatened. The Trump Organization, at least in New York, as a functioning, independent, ongoing concern, is kaput. It has a federal judge as a minder. On top of all that, here's the thing. The ex-president is hemorrhaging cash in all his legal fees. I want you to listen to this number, okay?
It's not just him that's hemorrhaging cash, though. That's not even the important thing. Trump is broke, overvalued. Everyone knows this. Obviously, duh. What really matters is the GOP. Because under normal circumstances, you would just, like, Donald Trump would just get bailed out by the GOP. The problem is, The Republican Party is strapped for cash, with reports showing that its organizing committee, the Republican National Committee, or RNC, has its smallest amount of cash on hand in a decade. According to its latest filing with the Federal Election Commission, or FEC, the RNC has $8 million cash on hand, the party's lowest fundraising year since 2013. The report comes amid a flurry of financial problems for the GOP governing body. At the end of November, it reported its lowest bank balance at that point in any year since 2016. FEC disclosures showed. With $9.96 million in spending money, the RNC had less than half the $21.35 million it reported in 2016 after Donald Trump won the presidential election. That's after Trump's campaign. So yeah, the Republican Party is fucking broke. Like, broke. And Donald Trump is broke. There literally has to be, like, Elon Musk has to dig a massive chunk out of his wealth and just pay off Donald Trump to save him here. Elon Musk is the only conceivable person who could be Trump's guardian angel here. That, or Trump has to successfully delay all of this until he is able to get elected, if he gets elected. If he gets elected, then he'll be able to stop all of this in its tracks and he'll be completely immune. That is the big worry. If he can delay this enough and he gets elected, he will face no consequences legally ever in his entire life. He would have to be impeached by the House and Senate and then convicted and charged by the Senate and found guilty of that crime. And then he would be able to be charged. Then he would be able to, like, actually have criminal charges. Like, he would be found guilty of criminal charges after he'd been impeached and then charged by the Senate. It's like a really overly complicated process. Like, the House would have to 2/3 vote yes to impeach. The Senate would have to 2/3 vote yes to impeach. And the Senate would have to again vote 2/3 to find Trump guilty of, like, criminal action, that, like, for like, and give him a criminal judgment. That is the process that would have to happen for any president in the future, like with the Project 2025 thing. So it's quite worrying. If he does get elected, he will totally be able to get out of this in any other of the given indictments that you could imagine. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Did I miss the Candace Owens story? No, you did not. Don't you worry. Good seg. Nice. Loved it. All right. So, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to run and grab a monster really quick. And then after that, I am going to show you guys the trailer for the TV show From. It is really cool. It is made by one of the people who made Lost, and I've liked From so much I started watching Lost. I'm halfway through the first season, and I'm liking it so far, but From is just objectively better. It does share an actor, though. I think his name is Michael in Lost. He has the son, Walt. That actor... the black guy with the goatee, he is also in From, and he's my favorite character so far in Lost, and I feel like he was a lot of other people's favorite character, which is a big part of why similar production team, they brought in that same lead. Like, he was a side character, that actor, in Lost. Now he's a main character in From, and he is the best part of From. I love him. He is great. I want to see what other stuff he's been in. I don't know his name. I need to like remember his name. I'm not good with actor names, but he is really entertaining, and like there's just something about the way he acts. It's gonna sound like a weird comparison. He reminds me a little bit of Ian McKellen, and that I'm talking about the sheriff, and that he acts a lot with his eyes. And there are a lot of other actors who do this well. But like a lot of actors will have sort of dead eyebrows, eyelids, and eyes in general when they act. Like, it's not in their eyes, if you know what I mean. But then there's actors who can just really express it in their eyes, and I think he does that well. Ian McKellen does it well. Yeah. Controlling every bit of your facial expressions when acting is supposedly quite hard. Did you see that Trump and MAGA fans are doing with Truth, what they're doing with Truth Social? That's way too vague to answer. I don't know what you mean. All right, I'm going to go grab a monster, and then I'll be right back. I'm going to show you guys the trailer for From, and I want to try to get you guys in for a watch party of it tonight. Depending on how many people show up who have not seen it before, we'll either be restarting the show from the beginning or resuming on it with episode 4. If it's all, like, if it's mostly people who were there in the first watch party, we're just going to continue. But if a bunch of new people show up, we're just going to start from the beginning. Which, you know, for people that have already seen the first 3 episodes, it's, you know, I mean, you're going to enjoy it just fine because rewatching is gonna, you're gonna pick up on all of like the foreshadowing and hints and stuff and be like, hey, I just picked up on that. Anyway, I will be right back. Will it be on Discord or will it play on the site? It'll be in my Discord server. We're doing a watch party there. I haven't seen it before, but spoilers don't ruin shows for me, so I don't care. We're not spoiling it at all, though. I do not want anybody spoiling the show or posting spoilers in my chat or in the chat for the watch party. I'm going to play the trailer, though, in a minute, but first I'm going to go get a monster. You guys are going to like this show a lot. It is, like, one YouTuber covering it that has like a big enough audience from going mega viral and being one of the biggest shows there is at the moment. Like up there with like the biggest shows on TV/streaming. BRB. Whoa. I grabbed a water too. I must not dehydrate. It is easy to believe that you're hydrated when you're drinking something like a soda or a Monster or something like that, but I generally find that it is not very hydrating. It's actually very dehydrating, and so you want to drink a lot of water and kind of keep up with your drinking a Monster, similar to liquor. Bye. I didn't end stream, just a whim. That wasn't me ending stream. I said I was getting up to drink. I feel like the reading comprehension, or not even reading, the listening comprehension of my fans is wild. Like, I'll say, all right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get something. And then I'll like switch to my be right back thing, and then people will be like, did stream end? And it's like, did you just arrive, or did you not listen? I don't know. It's the YouTube chatters, though. The YouTube chatters are a special breed, okay? I'm playing Project Zomboid right now, bugger off. Can't you still hear me? Have you heard a few Republicans members are retiring or quoting the party as the party majority and the House is slimming more quickly? Yep. The Republicans are kind of falling apart, and it's all kind of hinging on whether or not they win the election. All right. So, if you're going to be interested in this watch party... Oh, good. I fucking hate YouTube. I forgot. It's the worst. So tonight, we're going to do a watch party of this show. Hopefully, a lot of people who are new and haven't seen the show yet will come to the watch party tonight, and we'll be able to start from episode 1 and see a bunch of new people's reactions to this awesome fucking show. It is so goddamn good. It is not now. No, I'm just showing you the trailer, like I said. And, if we don't get a lot of new people in, then we're just going to continue from episode 3. But for all the new people, or the people who don't know, because I shilled for this show on Twitch, and we did the watch party for this show when I was on Twitch, this trailer should do well to sort of get you acquainted with the show without spoiling it. What's it from? It's just called From.
Hey!
I will say nothing other than play the trailer because I don't want to spoil anything.
Must have got knocked down in a storm or something.
It's a pretty selective storm. What are they doing? Can we just leave, please? Jim!
In this dirty old part of the city.
Maybe we'll use the sign for the highway.
We didn't miss the sign.
Where the sun refused to shine.
Can I help you?
Yeah, he's in Lost.
We got on a detour off the highway and cell service around here.
Got your family with you?
Yeah.
And like
Just wondering if
30
you could
years
point me in the
younger.
direction of the highway.
Not a problem.
And one thing I know is true.
What do you say?
Stay on the road.
You did before your time is
Did we turn somewhere?
God damn it.
Jim, we're driving in circles. You drove out this way. How did we get back here? Oh my God!
Everybody in there okay?
This is impossible.
Yeah.
It's Project
It is.
Zomboid. It's more like Minecraft, you'll see.
I know none of this makes sense yet. Everyone in this town has been exactly where you are right now. Everyone sees the tree. Those crows.
We'll just get out of here, please.
Heaven. We are stuck.
We didn't come here. We were brought.
What are you doing?
I'm checking to see if they moved.
If what moved?
The trees.
It's important for you to understand what happens after dark.
Lock your door. Nail your window shut. You do these things, your family's gonna be safe.
Safe from what?
I've missed you so much.
Megan, what are you doing?
Maybe I can come in.
This is what happens when you break the rules.
They're coming.
There's only so many places we can go.
What are they?
You believe in monsters.
Please don't.
A man protects his family.
Get these people home, Sheriff.
Do everything I can.
Promise me.
It is a horror show, and it is very good. The horror is quite good. And it is also big time like a mystery show. Like Lost, if you've ever seen Lost, the way it kind of does that intrigue, but far better, in my opinion. I'm watching through Lost now, after finishing From, and I really do think From is better, just through and through. It is just a more intriguing, entertaining, scary, like edge of your seat, can't take your eyes off it, can't stop watching kind of show than Lost was. But it has that, like, everything people liked about Lost, dial that up to 11. That is this show. Okay, my only thoughts on rewatching the trailer after watching up to episode 3 is, holy shit, the car crash was a canon event. Yeah, the car crash happened. Also, you'll notice that we literally haven't seen, like, the first 3 episodes are where all that footage comes from. They don't show you anything after the first 3 episodes, because that's where shit really starts to go down. And, the mystery really starts to build. Oh, sorry. Lost is more like whimsical, whereas From just wants to fuck you up. Yeah, this show will fuck you up. It will. In many different ways, it'll fuck you up. It's really, really good. So please consider... oh yeah, Season 3 comes out this summer. I'm so excited. Consider joining the watch party for it tonight. It's going to be super fun. It's going to be awesome. I hope to see a lot of you guys join. The more, the merrier. All right. The watch party will start shortly after... this is on Prime. It's on a different streaming service, but I don't have that streaming service, so I'm going to screen share it through different means. Don't worry about that. It's really good. Everybody who was there to watch it, when I did the watch party initially, was, like, skeptical about my praise, and then, like, halfway through episode 1, they're, like, all like, holy shit, oh, and they're like theorizing and speculating, and we finished episode 1, they're like, play episode 2, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play episode 2, and then halfway, it's on Prime. I didn't know it was on Prime. And then halfway through episode 2, everyone's, like, literally freaking out, and then by episode 3, like, people were actively upset that I was like, all right, I'm too tired. This is where we got to wrap it up by the time we finished episode 3. People were so upset I was ending the watch party because they were loving it so much. Everyone was like, one more episode. I finished both seasons already. Yeah, some people couldn't wait for the next watch party. They just could not wait. It is such a good show. Yeah, I'm actually the new film theory guy. Oh, everybody, guess whose birthday it is? Today is my good friend and former editor's birthday, Cherry. So I would like if all of you guys could go like and retweet Cherry's birthday post. I'm dropping it in both chats right now. Go like, retweet, and comment kind things on Cherry's birthday post. Do it right now. I want to see the numbers go up. Cherry apparently got sick today as well, which fucking blows. Getting sick on your birthday fucking sucks. So send some kind words as well, because God, getting sick on your birthday, it just the worst shit ever. It really sucks. So yeah, send some love to Cherry. If you don't have an account, it's fine. But if you do have an account, just hop on over, drop a like, drop a retweet, Maybe leave some kind words. Oh yeah, it's on Prime for $3. It's how I'm gonna show my brother, who doesn't usually like my shows because they're, quote, gay cartoons, including the first minutes of Death Note. That's crazy. Your brother was so close-minded he wouldn't watch Death Note. My mom legitimately thought all anime was hentai for a very long time. And now, today, Death Note is, like, possibly her favorite show ever. Like, I actually think Death Note is just straight up her favorite show. She hasn't seen Season 2 yet. I haven't had the heart to show it to her. Although, I won't say much, because my mom might be watching the stream right now, and I don't want to spoil Death Note. That theme of From made me get some good memories of my Mafia 3 playthroughs. Nice. I mean, the idea is that Light is an extraordinary person. Like, he's not a realistic character, that's the point. Interesting, a gay weirdo. Yeah, that is a good quote, Pharaoh Punk. Pharaoh Funk. Ugh. Excuse me, chat. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. In this day and age, it's not really a controversial take to say that cops just kind of suck. But as a Florida man myself, I can attest to the fact that the suckiest of all cops are Florida cops. And the suckiest of all Florida cops are Miami cops. Ooh, I hope there aren't any Miami cops that are fans of me who just got a direct hit right there. Just a, not even, they didn't catch a stray. They just got hit, direct hit with that zinger. Miami, Florida cops absolutely suck. You know, big city Florida cops, very overfunded, still Floridian. All the problems that Floridians tend to have, and all the problems that cops tend to have, and a massive budget, extremely over-militarized, all combined into one. That is what you get. That is the things you combine to get the Miami Police Department, right? Now, they recently put out a video, the official Miami PD, particularly the Miami Beach PD, put out a Twitter video with a PSA. And this PSA is absolutely insane. I'm going to play the video, but first I'm going to read the caption. And then after we watch the video, I'm going to read the community note that got added. Or actually, before we watch the video, I'll read the community note because it's relevant. The Miami Beach Police Department has been made aware of a senior skip day. They've been made aware of it across Miami-Dade County schools. Students are to be reminded that skipping school, whether given permission by your parents or not, is considered truancy, and you will be taken back to school if caught. And then, of course, there's a community note on the literal police's tweet saying, skipping a single day of school is not considered truancy in Florida. A truant in Florida is defined as a child who has unexcused absences of at least 5 in a week, 10 in a month, or 15 in a 90-day period. Skipping a single day would not violate any of these. So, not only is this just not illegal to skip school one day, especially when it's senior skip day, something that even many school faculty for decades have participated in because it's been such a long-lasting tradition going. Like, I'm pretty sure senior skip day, like, there's instances of it being mentioned in, like, the 40s. I know it goes back to the 70s and the 60s. So it may be older than the 40s. I'm not even sure. I think for as long as there have been seniors, there has been senior skip day. And the reason it exists is it's towards the end of the school year. They're seniors. They've done everything there is to do. They've already got accepted to their colleges if they are going to college. There's really no reason to be at school. So after, like, the final exams, like, famously, when you're a senior in high school, the last, like, weeks or so of classes are literally just, like, sleeping through class, and the teacher's just, like, playing on his phone. There's nothing they're missing out on by participating in senior skip day. So now prepare to see the Gestapo officer, Miami Man, explain to us, you know, how they're going to be patrolling the beaches and finding these evil school skipping 18-year-olds that are out on the beach enjoying their senior skip day they have been made aware of.
Hi, my name is Officer Guzman.
Oh, god damn it. I forgot. When a video plays on a different app than YouTube, it doesn't automatically pause my music playing in a different tab. Cringe! I'm gonna max out the volume here.
Hi, my name is Officer Guzman.
Oh, yeah, and it's a TikTok. It's filmed in vertical, and you've got, like, the auto captions that light up with each word that's said. It's like, it's a video meant to scare Zoomers, but they do the Zoomer bait editing for no reason. It's almost like appropriating Gen Alpha Zoomer culture to put down Zoomers and Gen Alpha people. I mean, there's no Gen Alpha people participating in Senior Skip Day, but you know what I mean.
Hi, my name is Officer Guzman from the Miami Beach Police Department Community Affairs Unit. The department has been made aware of that this Thursday, March 21st, students will be participating here at South Point Park in the beach, reference Senior Skip Day. We would like to remind students that skipping during school hours is considered truancy. Students could be detained and taken back to school that day, even though parents allow them to miss school. Miami Beach police officers and park rangers.
And this is just objectively not, like, a thing that is practiced typically. Like, the idea that they are doing this is really bizarre. Like, I don't know if it's even legal for them to do this, or if this is just, like, a sheriff decided, like, we're gonna crack down for some sort of political stunt, because this feels like a political stunt. There's no actual harm being caused by these kids on Senior Skip Day on the beach. There's no reason to make this post unless it's meant to be, like, part of Florida Republicans' whole, we support the cops, we back the blue, the cops here are cracking down on crime. Even the smallest infractions will be punished. Because the whole talking point from the right is that the left is, like, Democrats and the left are weak on crime, right? Hell, down to the point where, like, Republican states are refusing to extradite criminals that have fled to Republican states back to the Democrat states, like the blue states they came from, under the claim of this murderer will just be let free by the state of New York. So we're just going to hold on to him, you know? I'm not even joking. That's a real story I'm referencing.
Will be actively patrolling our public areas such as parks and beaches and enforcing any city ordinances or state laws. Nuisance actions such as fighting, smoking tobacco, smoking...
Okay. Is it illegal to smoke tobacco on the beach? I guess maybe because the cigarette butts might be a problem. Is it legal to vape? Maybe not, because maybe the disposable vapes get littered everywhere. I guess smoking and vaping not being allowed on the beach is understandable because the vapes and the cigarette butts are, like, in the ash. You don't want them on the beach. That's understandable. I guess, yeah.
Illegal substances or drinking in public.
Okay. Drinking, everyone's drinking at the beach, okay? Like, I get the whole, like, you're not allowed to drink in public thing, but, like, it's that the cop isn't allowed to be able to tell that you're drinking in public, is how it works. So if you're publicly intoxicated, that's a separate thing. That's a thing where it's just obvious you're intoxicated and you're causing a disturbance. and the cop can reasonably tell, and they can detain you, all that good stuff. But if it just comes to drinking alcohol, drinking in public technically isn't legal outside of like a restaurant in most states, but you can literally just like put a paper bag around like a bottle of vodka and drink it as you walk down the street. And if the cop stops you and tries to fuck with you over the liquor and the drinking in public, you can just pull legal shenanigans because the cop should not be able to tell that you have alcohol because it's the way that the bag is concealed. It's why, like, in cartoons or whatever, you see, like, homeless guy with the paper bag around the liquor, you know? Because technically drinking in public is illegal unless it's covered up. And it's, like, a very small amount that you have to, like, very small effort you have to make to cover it, apparently. But that's apparently enough. But yeah, people drink in public all the time. Is that what they mean by concealed carry? Yeah. That's what they mean when they say concealed carry. Concealed carrying my my fucking pint of liquor I keep in a bottle. You know, you always got to have it on you, just in case you got to get sloshed while you're on the go.
Subjects can be detained and possibly arrested. For more information, please look at our website.
So, screw these guys, obviously. For many, many reasons. Though I will say, these guys did have, and I believe it was these guys, did have a recent rare W, I think. It might have been a different part of Florida, but I'm pretty certain it was this exact beach, too. This is like a big story in the last few days. I think it was the same beach. It is a Florida beach. All of them say Florida Beach. Volusia Beach. I actually don't know where Volusia Beach is. Where is Volusia Beach? Okay. Not the same part of Florida. Not the same part of Florida. Way up the coast. Here's a better example then. This is a better example of beach police. So, who's seen this story that went viral in the last couple days? Who's seen this? This video goes crazy. These two are a couple who brought their kids to the beach. They got drunk as shit and then passed out. And I guess people around them saw that they brought kids to the beach, fell asleep after drinking, and then the kids wandered off. Like, they saw what happened or noticed that the kids weren't anywhere to be seen and that this guy is just, like, passed out. Or these two are just passed out. And so they called the police. And the police end up showing up. And this is what happens. It's the douchebags of the week. Oh, yeah, I did. I think Philip DeFranco covered this story. I saw one of his thumbnails. Dude, your streams in general are unwatchable now because YouTube keeps playing ads every 5 minutes. Wait, so apparently Twitch was playing too many ads, but now YouTube's playing too many ads? To be fair, YouTube is far easier to ad block. So you guys have to do the bare minimum of effort to block the ads on YouTube. So I won't take complaints from that.
What's up, guys? Sheriff's Office. Time to wake up.
They're so drunk, by the way. They are so fucking
but
drunk.
The couple, later identified as Alicia Langley and Timothy Stevens, don't react.
Yep, time to wake up, man.
I just want you to imagine the level of fear that probably jumped into the hearts of these two once they realized, like, police officers were shaking them awake.
For a second, there is movement when the couple groans, but still doesn't get up.
Hey! Hey! The sheriff's office! Wake up!
Finally, they do get up when sheriff's deputies inform them it's illegal to have alcohol on the beach.
Yeah, Yeah, they're not even hiding it, to be fair.
Sit up! Come on, get up!
All right.
Up. Welcome back. Sit up.
All right.
Why can't have alcohol on the beach?
They're so sunburnt.
You got ID? Do you have ID?
Depending on how long they've been laying out there, they've probably soaked up so much skin cancer. That's Red Bull, though. No, that is not a Red Bull can. Those are not Red Bull cans, these two at least.
At first, it's chaotic when the couple looks for their IDs and officials ask where their kids are.
You guys have children with you?
This isn't Miami. This is further up the coast.
A deputy straight up asks Langley where her kids are, but she doesn't even reply.
Are they with you?
These are Florida parents, okay? This is how most parents in Florida are. This isn't like there's a big problem with parents. This is how most parents that I know in Florida were. I grew up in Florida. This is how most of my friends' parents were, just in general. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene as fuck. Like, Florida is a state of Marjorie Taylor Greenes, okay?
When asked again, she points toward the ocean, but the kids still aren't there.
Hey.
Don't worry, officer. I know I just woke up from hours of being drunkenly asleep. Last I saw my kids, they were in the ocean. They're probably fine. Nothing bad ever happens to kids in the ocean. It's a safe place to leave them.
Where are you? Your kids. Right there.
Meanwhile, Stevens is already standing and stumbling in place.
Here and here. They're out there somewhere.
Then the search for the IDs continues.
Where's your ID? I don't have mine. Where's the wallet? So give him your ID. That's what he wants your ID.
You have to always have your ID on you. You could literally be accosted by the police at any time. You always have to have your ID, like, on hand if you're going to be in public. Don't want to be in this situation.
Hey, where are they? Look at the kids. I got this. I'll do it.
That's when a sheriff's deputy walks off with Stevens looking for the kids.
I'll go with him. Tell me where your kids are.
Now they're going to look for the kids. To be clear, the kids were found safe, I think, like, at a hotel nearby or something. Like, the kids probably got hot in the sun and were like, let's go inside. And they went into, like, a hotel lobby or something like that and found a place to cool off. Pretty self-sufficient. Literally smarter than their parents, clearly.
Stevens knows the kids' ages, but isn't quite sure where they are.
How old are they?
7 to 8.
Boys, girls, boy and a girl?
Boy and a girl.
Okay, you don't know where they are?
Send in the Kharkiv Kid Finder. He will be able to locate them.
The next thing we know, Stevens is in handcuffs as deputies explain why he's being detained.
Yeah, leave everything else on the beach. She passed out. You're supposed to be watching over the kids. So, we're on secret, put the phone up there.
This is where the video gets good.
Even while he's
This is where it gets
cuffed,
good.
Stevens somehow manages to remove a cigarette from its pack and put it into
That was not a cigarette. That was his girlfriend's vape.
his mouth.
Maybe he likes the pink ones. I don't know.
What happened to your hand?
I will say, I respect the hustle. I respect the addiction, sort of satiation to, in front of a cop, hit your vape while handcuffed. Also, you'll find that there's a lot of, like, trashy-ass dudes that are like this in Florida. It's very common in Florida. These dudes who will, like, at the age of 19, get their high school sweetheart pregnant, and then, as this guy did, literally get their firstborn child's, like, footprints tattooed on their chest alongside their big cross. But then the shit they get up to is getting drunk on the beach, passing out, and losing track of where their little kids are. And the last place they saw their kids was in the ocean. And they just fell asleep and didn't give a fuck when they woke up, where the kids were like, yeah, whatever, they're fine. They're fine. Yeah. It's just, God, the amount of... The trashiness of Florida will never cease to amaze you.
Work? Yeah, somebody want to know about it.
I am so excited for GTA 6 to depict the absolute fucking trash culture that is Florida that I come from. Like, Republicans talk so much about garbage cultures, trash cultures, or whatever the fuck, like in their racist, xenophobic rants. Florida is a garbage culture, all right? Trash culture. Like, just the most white trash place I have ever seen in my life. I have been in, like, shanty places in Arkansas with more class than beaches in Florida. I'm not even joking. Like, I can't get across to you how much Florida fucking sucks, and the people fucking suck.
It's not very nice. I don't care.
Up next, it's Langley's turn to be handcuffed.
Here it comes, guys.
During all this, she's on the phone with her grandfather, saying he needs to come pick up the kids.
Come get the kids. Me and Timothy are both being arrested.
Deputies again explain why they're being arrested.
Is somebody able to get the kids?
Come get the kids.
Why am I being arrested?
Are both being arrested.
Alcohol on the beach and child neglect.
At this point, Stevens doesn't seem to understand that all alcohol is illegal on the beach, even the 2 beers he drank.
So we're not allowed to have any beer at the beach? It's illegal to have alcohol on the beach. Is it?
There's no way they both got this drunk off of 2 beers. That is like, they got drunk as shit at a restaurant or like a hotel bar nearby, stumbled out to the beach, then had 2 beers on the beach, and that was what that set them over the limit and they passed out. There's no way 2 beers fucked 2 grown adults up this bad, all right? No way in hell. I'm not much of a drinker, but I've drank enough to know that 2 beers is not enough to do this.
Yes. I thought it was not glass. Nope, glass.
They pre-gamed the fuck out of this beach visit with those 2 beers. They were already drunk.
I only had like 2 beers.
Like 2 beers? Okay,
2 is still illegal.
There you go.
Langley then begins swearing at the deputies.
No, the f***ing cops here are kids.
Now they start
lady
fighting.
is the only person that's been nice. Him, everybody else has been kids. So now we both go to jail.
And the pair soon come to the realization they might not get out on bond.
Who the f*** is gonna bond us out?
No one.
Exactly.
Langley then argues with first responders, saying she doesn't trust them and wants to make sure her kids are safe.
She's wearing Ray-Bans.
No, my grandpa has to drive in 8 hours to get the kids. No, I wanna listen to what my grandpa has to say. I wanna make sure my kids are taken care of.
We can roll down the window.
I'm sorry, but
we can roll down the window.
And him, I don't trust them. No.
In the truck. She said in the truck.
Can you just wait?
You can roll down the window.
Those are my glasses now.
I want to make sure my...
Look at her. She's going to be like, okay, these are my Ray-Bans now. I'm going to switch them out, and they're my new glasses. If I were her, I would have taken those glasses off and replaced them with hers, like the Terminator, in her face. Is that legal? I bet that's illegal. I bet people can sue for that, but yeah. Man, chat, you guys are thirsting over this woman in the chat. YouTube chat is thirsting for this lady. Listen, I'm from Florida, guys. I don't want to sound like one of those red pill podcasters there, but dude, within 5 years, this woman is not going to have the features that you are simping over right now. The lifestyle that people in Florida live are not conducive to keeping attractive to like an older age, both for men and women. The sun just bakes your skin into looking fucked up. That's just the first thing that happens if you spend too much time in the sun in Florida. And on top of that, like, just we know how like super white trash Republican type people eat, you know? It's a combination of things. Yeah, you get the old leather skin.
We're gonna make sure they're taking care
Alright,
of
this is about to get so
Come
good.
over here and let
Watch.
me listen to what my grandpa's saying.
Oh, yeah, she's also probably on meth.
Writing down the message right now.
She's like, listen. People who have only done meth for a while don't look too bad. You can't really tell they're on meth. My ex-girlfriend was hiding a meth addiction from me. It's pretty easy early on to hide the physical effects of meth on you because it takes a while. This woman's probably on meth just because it's Florida, and, like, I feel comfortable making this claim. I'm just going to be honest. And that affects you over time. It really does.
I can't hear nothing.
In the truck.
I'm telling you to get in the truck, and I'd like to get in yourself. And so
I
just make you get in the truck. I've been trying to work with you this whole time.
Where
are my kids going?
Use a metric fuck ton of sunblock? True.
We're gonna take care of them. They'll feed them. They'll clothe them. And they'll be comfortably waiting until your father or grandfather arrives. Okay? I need you to get in the truck.
She's mad at him.
We're on this not too long. So you want to get this over with? Let's try to get
They're both, like, equally at fault, but it is hilarious that she 100% blames him. She's, like, whispering, like, you're such an asshole or whatever at him, as if, like, this was completely his fault and she isn't, like, equally as neglectful.
Okay, got it?
During all this,
Here it
Stevens
is.
decides it's the prime time to make a break for it.
Fucking trips and knocks himself out. Like something out of a fucking cartoon. Stupid.
But
Just
as expected, he's
face
tackled
full of
to the
sand.
ground.
Dude, imagine getting knocked out by a faceplant into sand. That's like the lightest thing you could possibly faceplant into. There's like snow is the other lightest thing you could faceplant into. And then on top of that, once you're knocked out, like imagine how much sand he got in his nostrils, mouth, and eyes. Look at that sunburn. Yeah, dude was baking for a while. He was like Patrick and SpongeBob in Shell City.
Call an ambulance, please.
He knocked himself out.
Hey! Call a guardian. Hey! Wake up! Wake up!
Also in Florida, a motorcyclist speeds off.
The crazy thing is every individual in that video is registered to the same party when it comes to their voting. The cops and the people getting arrested in that video are all voting Republican. Well, those parents will never vote again. They're felons now. But, you know, they would have voted for the same guy in the general election. You just know that's the case. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yeah, they're gonna be felons. Can't vote once you're a felon. Felony child endangerment is a felony, small slab, which is what they're being charged with, primarily. That's their worst charge, not just the drinking on the beach. They're both getting, charged with child endangerment and child neglect. I believe both of those are felonies. Also, alcohol was involved, and usually when you involve a drug in any crime, that elevates it to a felony charge. Didn't Florida pass that felon voting act that the state just ignored, though? I think it's a federal thing that felons can't vote. Maybe felons in Florida could vote in local elections, that could be the case, but my understanding is it's like a federal thing that felons cannot vote. I may be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure felons just outright cannot vote. You can get your vote back? Yeah, I believe so, but it's a very long and arduous legal process. Same goes for, like, if you're a felon, you lose your right to own guns. And you could technically go through a legal battle to try and get your Second Amendment rights back, but it's apparently a nightmare. They don't exactly, like, it's pretty fucking hard to convince a court to, like, re-award you the right to get guns, you know? It's so much easier just to say, no, you can't have guns, and tell you to fuck off, right? Felons can vote in Arkansas. They can get their rights back. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a dumb guy. I had no clue. No clue. All right, next segment. By the way, if you're watching right now and you enjoy my content, please consider liking the stream. It really helps a lot. And if somehow you haven't already, consider hitting the subscribe button. Seriously, why haven't you subscribed? What are you doing? What do you fucking cringe? Hit the sub button. And also be sure to drop a like if you haven't already. It really helps. It does. And of course, you can donate, subscribe, gift a sub on my website. That also helps a lot too. Financial support is great. Also through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. And if you haven't already, make sure to join my fan Discord so you can be there for tonight's watch party of From, which we'll be doing in a little bit. We're just gonna be doing a few more segments before I wrap up stream and we get into the watch party. Don't you guys worry. That was a good burn, Malafors. That was a good burn. One sec, chat.
Now, GMA.
Why is this so hard to find? What? How is there so much news coverage of a video that you can't find the full thing of? It's actually crazy. How fucked is Google now? This is a Google problem, right? It's a Google problem that, like, the original video will not come up. Just 2-minute clips and other people's coverage. This is like the biggest news of the last 5 days. One of the big things. How is it so hard to find? Oh my god, Google is, like, unusable now. Like, it's actually mind-blowing. I guess... Yeah, there is no... Yeah, I legit cannot find the full video. Is this it? Did I finally find it?
All right, new this morning, former CNN anchor...
Okay. It took 4 pages into Google search results to find this. It's not even the original video. It is a CNN recap of the original video. It is the best I can fucking do, though. Because when you search this story, 1 million clips of this video come up. You cannot find the original. I went through pages of Google search results. I clicked page 2, page 3, page 4, scrolled all the way down each one. Every single video that came up was 2 minutes or less. This is the first one that has almost gotten to 5 minutes long that I can find of this interview. And I know the interview's longer than that. It was the same thing with the Chaya Raichik versus Libs of TikTok thing. Or the Libs of TikTok versus Taylor Lorenz thing, where I searched for that debate and had to search through pages on pages on pages of Google search results that were nothing but 2-minute segments. from the debate, you could not find the original. I never did find the original. I had to go to Taylor Lorenz's YouTube channel to find the original video. It doesn't come up on Google. It's actually, like, insane how bad Google's search algorithms have gotten. I can't wait for them to be sued into dust. Oh, man. Google needs to just get hit with, like, just a company-shattering amount of lawsuits for everything. I wish I could communicate to you all how much I really hate Google. Like, I really hate Google. I genuinely think it's one of the worst companies in the world. Like, unironically evil. Google is unironically evil. Oh, by the way, chat. I've shown this before, but I'm going to show it again. I have bald eagles like crazy in my area. Nope. Fuck that. Immediately hear the music and I'm like, nope. When I see someone edited like loud ass dumb music over a viral video, it's like, nope. Nope. Find me the original. I want the original audio. Nice try with your little content farm. Anyway, I've got bald eagles like crazy where I live. And I've got a pair of bald eagles that I see out my front window all the time, circling each other, doing some kind of like mating dance or something like that. So I know their nest is close. And what I'm thinking of doing is building a bond with these bald eagles. And basically getting to the point where I can film videos like this regularly. That's a hard-boiled egg.
Hi. Good morning. What's this? What's this? You want the egg? Do you want the egg? There you go. There you go. You want the egg?
Will they hurt the quail? Yeah, they would try to hurt the quail. Yeah, they probably would. They'll be safe, though.
Hey, buddy.
Look how, like, squat its stance is. Jesus, they're so big. They're literally dinosaurs.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. Like, something that I like to think about when it comes to these big predatory birds is that face shape and those eyes, especially those eyes. That is definitely the face and eyes that dinosaurs had. We know because birds are like the closest living ancestor to dinosaurs, but also we know they were feathered and downy. Dinosaurs were. They were really bird-like, but far like a mix of birds and reptiles and far more terrestrial usually. I bet their eyes and face, like just the look they have in their eyes, are exactly the same look dinosaurs had. Like if you could see a dinosaur, go back in time and see the look they'd have in their eyes, it's the same what this bald eagle has. The same kinds of eyes, the same kind of look and face shape. I bet that is the kind of vibe that dinosaurs would have had. And I like to think about that when I look at them sometimes. That type of bird is literally classified as raptors. Yeah, like if you ever, like I bet Velociraptor had a face and a vibe when it looked at you, much like that of a bald eagle. Yep, they're theropods. Anyway, thought you guys would find that interesting. Have I ever seen a cassowary? Yep. Yeah, cassowaries are awesome. There's some big-ass birds that are even bigger than bald eagles, and they really give off the dinosaur vibe for sure. But I bet dinosaurs had permanent resting bitch face. That's the thing that people don't, like, think about when they depict dinosaurs. But, like, predatory birds all have resting bitch face. They all look angry all the time. So, like, I feel like the T-Rex design from Jurassic Park, the one thing it was, like, really kind of got right, I bet, was how angry it looks. I bet T-Rexes really did look angry. I bet they totally did. They had, like, a permanent angry-looking face. I'd totally bet on that. God, I hope we get time machines so we can go back and see dinosaurs. Like some separate timeline splittery, so we don't have to worry about changing the past and the future. That'd go so hard. Just go back in time, spend a day in the... I actually really like the Triassic period. I want to see some of those little, oh, what are they called? The guys with the big sails on them. You see them in Walking with Monsters. The Walking with Dinosaurs thing that came out before that takes place before dinosaurs existed. Dimetrodon, yes. No, not Spinosaurus, Dimetrodon, Mr. Inedible New. Yeah. Yeah. Dimetrodon was like the original big dick, you know? Like back during the Triassic period, there wasn't a lot of big dick predators at the time. Things weren't that big yet. And the Dimetrodon was one of the first big dick creatures to just dominate the food chain. Just come along and just be like, yep, you're my bitch. I eat you. You're afraid of me. I run you out of your habitat. When I come in... And they fought each other, too, supposedly. I mean, we don't know that, but they were territorial, presumably. So they fought each other. It was actually an ancient mammal, not a dinosaur. Yeah, you're actually correct there, I believe. No, wait, no, it wasn't an ancient mammal. I think you're thinking of something else. I'm pretty sure it was related to the, yeah. Dimetrodon was pre-Triassic. Am I thinking of a different era then? Well, I'll trust you guys, because you guys probably have more of the dinosaur autism than I have. It was a proto-mammal? I don't believe you. I think this is leftist misinformation. Would Vosh fuck a Stegosaurus? I don't know. Ask him. I don't know. I'm not his keeper. I'm not his taxes folder. All right. The other day I was screen sharing my my PC to my friends so they could help me fix like the OBS problem, and I was showing them my file explorer, and they're like, Zan, they saw my taxes folder, and they're like, Zan, show us your taxes folder. I was like, okay. So I clicked on it. I was like, guys, it's actually taxes. And it's just a big line of PDFs that are all labeled for each month from each different like source. God, doing taxes as a YouTuber is complicated. It's not just like one set of 12 statements. It's way more complicated than that. Get an accountant. If you do YouTube, you just get an accountant. Yeah. The taxes folder is for taxes, not for porn. Can we all agree it would be fucked if squids could fly? Honestly, yeah. Holy shit. Could you imagine if, like, colossal squid could just descend or ascend from the ocean's depths with no consequences, fly out of the water, and then just, like, explore the skies? Shotguns, though? Yeah. Yeah, shotguns, though. You're not wrong. Yeah, true. I'm talking about the colossal squid, though. The big guys. I don't know if a shotgun would affect those. You'd have to shoot one of those a lot with a shotgun to kill it, I feel like. Maybe if you aim in the right spot, but isn't their whole body their brain or something? I will say, the Illuminate are supposed to be based on squids. When those come to Helldivers, too. So we'll be fighting squid creatures. Might be thinking of octopus? Yeah, maybe. They're basically the same thing. They have tentacles, they're the same thing, okay? I don't distinguish between different types of animals. That's segregation and it's racist. Thank you very much. I'm more woke than you. Anyway. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, recently, ex-CNN host Don Lemon had his contract with X terminated due to I don't know, being too woke or something. I actually don't know all the details of this. I haven't seen this interview yet. And afterwards, I guess, Elon agreed to do like a debate or like an interview with Don Lemon. And Elon apparently got really upset and melted down in that interview and has been getting massively dunked on over it. I've yet to see this. I've actually avoided even clips of this conversation so that I could watch it with you guys completely blind. So I've got it queued up here. You're upsetting me. See Elon Musk react to Don Lemon's question before cutting ties with him. Oh, I guess maybe he canceled the contract after this interview as like a rage cope move. That would be even funnier, actually. Like, oh, you made me look bad on TV, so now I'm going to cancel your X contract. How petty.
All right, new this morning, former CNN anchor Don Lemon just released his...
Also, Elon Musk has spent like the last 3 months just replying, wow, very interesting to Holocaust denial posts on Twitter. So, like, I have zero sympathy for the dude crying on TV.
Full interview with Elon Musk, and now we are getting some insight into why the X, formerly Twitter, owner abruptly scrapped Don Lemon's deal with the social media platform right after the interview wrapped. CNN,
Yeah, so I feel like this whole situation is probably the best piece of evidence that Elon Musk is a Nepo baby that you could ever hope for, because a real capitalist would know that when life gives you Don Lemons, you make Don Lemonade.
Senior media reporter Oliver Darcy joins us now. Oliver, tell us more about this interview. I mean, we saw some clips late last week that seemed pretty fiery. How was the rest of it?
Yeah, Jim, it's a window into who Elon Musk is and how he thinks. And I think what the big takeaway is you're seeing really how radicalized by the right wing Elon Musk, one of the most consequential people living on Earth, has become. I mean, during this interview, he attacks the news media. He misleads on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. He equates moderating hate speech, really vicious hate speech, on the X platform to censorship. He lashes out again.
Well, it is censorship, technically. Like, that is, by definition, censoring. It's just that moderation and censorship is a dirty word. The internet and, like, the right-wing sort of hyper-obsessive with, like, justifying everything with the whole free speech thing has kind of turned the idea of censorship, or the word censorship, into a dirty word. But if you actually ask people for a list of things that, like, most people agree is bad and whether it should be censored on these platforms or censored in general, they'll agree. Nobody, or I should say nobody who should be taken seriously, would disagree with the idea that child porn should be banned from Twitter and censored. Obviously that should be censored. Like, gore stuff that's just meant to be posted for the sake of harassment. Obviously, I think most would agree it's fine to censor that and to punish that. Like, most people, even those that fall for the censorship is bad always thought process, if you actually push them on that, most of the time, they will cede the fact or cede the ground that there are many cases in which even they agree censorship, both legally and on private platforms, is completely justified. It's just a matter of what behavior, material, and speech do they consider so awful that there's really no positive outcome that can happen, allowing that material to stay online and have a platform. And everybody has a different line. Everybody has a different line. And if you find that line and you push people on it, they'll usually waver at least a little bit on their free speech absolutist positions, because nobody is a free speech absolutist. Nobody is. Not through and through.
And to advertisers who left the platform following his anti-Semitic endorsement, which he only walked back after he had lost effectively a lot of money when those advertisers left. And most disturbingly of all, perhaps, is he...
Musk on hate speech. If no one reads it, it doesn't matter. Yes, you know that, obviously. That's why you boost it, and you want it to matter. So you boost the shit out of hate speech on your platform.
continues to advance some conspiratorial notions, particularly one on the Great Replacement theory. This is a racist theory that has been cited by people who have committed mass shootings across the country. Elon Musk says he doesn't believe in the theory, but then he gives a significant amount of credence to it. Let's take a look.
You're conflating two things. One is Great Replacement theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat. The more that come into the country, the more they're likely to vote in that direction. It is, in my view.
I love that Republicans, in an attempt to try to like make the Great Replacement theory a brand safe thing to push broadly, their way of doing that is to claim we're not against immigration and like brown people coming into the country and outnumbering white people potentially because of, you know, white genocide or anything. It's just brown people tend to vote Democrat more often, and, you know, we don't want non-Americans coming in and, you know, weighing our elections. Right now, obviously, like, he's referring to illegal immigration in many cases because, like, a lot of Republicans think that most immigration is illegal immigration. That's just looked the other way by Democrats, which it's very much not. Just objectively and statistically, that's the case. Like, the Democrats just kind of run our government better, and our government has never been pro-open borders. So under Democrats, ironically, we've seen more deportations than under Republicans. Like, Obama deported more immigrants than Bush, and Biden has deported more illegal immigrants than Trump. It's not because Biden or Obama had, like, a more harsh policy against illegal immigration. It's just that under Democrat rule, everything just tends to run a little better, you know? Like, everything seems to perform a little better across our government, even the bad stuff that we don't like. The systems of our government that we don't want to support, those even run better under Democrat rule. So it's like kind of a thing. Yeah, Biden the secret mega racist. No. Obviously, like, America has never been pro-open borders. It's always been illegal to illegally immigrate. And the Democrats have never just been like, oh, we're looking the other way. If people are seeking asylum, that is different from illegally immigrating. What the right does is they hyper-focus on asylum seekers. They show footage of asylum seekers, and they're like, oh, look, this is illegal immigration. This is what illegal immigration looks like. And they'll show, like, a bunch of asylum seekers crossing the border. The fact is, most illegal immigrants in this country are just overstaying visas. And this isn't a purely American problem either. Like, I've known people who have overstayed visas in other countries. It's just a thing that is the most common way of doing illegal immigration, because you legally enter the country, and then from there, at a certain date, you're not supposed to be there anymore, but it's kind of hard to track you down and send you out after that expiration date, you know? So it's like, yeah, time flies when you're having fun. I totally forgot. Better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the right's just delusional about this. And the funny thing as well is, to make the Great Replacement theory more brand safe, they say it's not about, like, racial genocide or superiority or whatever. It's about, like, brown people voting Democrat more. And it's like, is that supposed to be an own? Like, your whole argument is that the right isn't racist, the Republicans aren't racist, and yet you still can't get around the fact that overwhelmingly non-white people vote Democrat because they're not stupid and they can see that you guys fucking hate them and don't represent them. Like, you can't even formulate your conspiracy theory around a concept that does not outright state that Americans who are not white recognize how racist you are already as a Republican.
And a simple incentive to increase voters, to Democrat voters.
So you can see there, Jim, he rejects the name of the theory that he effectively then describes and gives a lot of credence to. Of course, that's worrisome to experts who point out that this theory can and has led to violence in the past.
No, it's.
Yeah, I mean, for example, the Christchurch shooters manifesto, which was like, what, 100 pages or something, was literally called The Great Replacement and had, like, the Black Sun logo, like, as the main centerpiece for the cover of the manifesto. That was the neo-Nazi who said subscribe to PewDiePie and then live streamed killing 50 people in a church or a mosque in Christchurch. Because he was convinced that Muslim immigrants were destroying New Zealand and the rest of the quote-unquote white Western world. And he wrote about his influences, one of them, weirdly enough, being Candace Owens. But yeah, it's just not even a secret. The Great Replacement is a Nazi conspiracy theory, and it is one designed specifically to lead those that believe in it to the conclusion that violence is the only option.
It's absolutely an important...
That is the idea behind stochastic terrorism, to be very clear here. You can't get away with calling for direct violence. That's not legal. You're not able to do that. So if somebody wants to do that, the way they have to do this is by pushing ideas and arguments that would reasonably only lead one who believes them to the final conclusion that violence is all you can do to stop whatever injustice you've been convinced is happening. For example, how many conservatives claim that trans people existing is harming children. Once you've hammered that in enough and people believe it, you have enough crazy-ass people who believe they have to hurt trans people to save kids. And it's not just that they're crazy and violent, it's that they're crazy, violent, and they believe they'll be doing the right thing if they hurt trans people. Or insert any other group. Like for the Christchurch shooter, it was Muslims.
Subject, and I guess, Oliver, you know, folks might be wondering why are we giving so much time to this interview that Don did with Elon Musk, but we don't hear from Elon Musk all that much in these kinds of interviews. So, I mean, the information that Don got out of Musk is actually very important. He runs a very influential...
I want to see the interview itself. It's so hard to find. Don... Maybe we can find Don Lemon Show. I wonder if he has, like, an official YouTube channel. He's gotta, right? Yeah. Yeah. Is this it? Oh, wow. The whole thing is over an hour long. He did post 2 clips of it, though.
Let's talk.
We'll watch the 2 clips that are the spiciest that he posted.
Talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you've talked about that a lot. You write about that a lot on the
God.
thing. You have been deeply outspoken about the issue.
I remember back in 2019 when the term woke was really starting to blow up as an insult among, like, geeks and gamers in the quartering. It makes me wonder if, like, those grifter types are where, like, all the right-wing culture war stuff from here on out is going to start, and within a year you'll see anything that they come up with, like, being repeated by elected officials and Elon Musk and, like, the richest and most powerful people in the world. From, like, random grift tubers to presidents.
Of trans rights, you posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns in bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke actually means?
It's come to mean a lot of things.
But what it actually...
A fantastic question. One that no conservative can answer with a definition that applies to, like, more than 3 things that they call woke. Because they'll call things that are completely contradictory of each other woke. They'll say that, like, racism is woke. Like, they'll literally say that wokeness is racist, while also saying that, like, representing, like, brown people in media for pandering is also racist. Or not racist, is woke. So it's like, being woke is racist, but it's also when you are performatively not racist. There is no definition of woke they can give that's consistent with their usage of it. To them, woke he's not wrong when he says it has a combination of meanings, because when they use woke, it serves two purposes. So anything that is progressive that they don't like is woke, right? That is a fundamental truth they will always keep forward. But they need to make that word and the association of a thing being woke a bad thing on its own. Like, if a thing is seen as woke, its association with wokeness should tarnish its reputation and make it be seen as bad, right? And so from there, they call things that are bad, that most people agree are bad, woke. So on one hand, right-wingers call a drag queen story hour woke. Nothing bad happens. It's just a, appropriately dressed, but still quite silly and over the top, drag queen reading books to kids, right? And they also do these, like, for the record, the right likes to say, like, why do they always want to read books to kids? The drag queen story hour thing, they do it at, like, senior homes primarily. Like, the two main places where they do these are senior homes and public libraries where kids go, because those are the two groups of people that volunteering to do that kind of, like, live reading thing for is going to be the most, like, resonant with. And surprisingly enough, seniors actually kind of like drag queens a little bit. They think it's fun, right? They like the color and the excitement. It's something new. They're kind of bored and miserable, especially in nursing homes and stuff. So many of these drag queens volunteer, and they do drag queen story hour in nursing homes and hospitals and, like, care facilities, not just for kids, to old people that are in, like, end-of-life care. So I feel that's worth mentioning. But even if they were just reading to kids, they'll take an issue like that. They'll say, that's woke. Nothing wrong with that, right? But then they'll see an issue where, let's say, a guy who happens to be gay molests a kid. Nobody agrees with this. Nobody on the left certainly agrees with this. But they had an instance where someone who was gay, or even if somebody they could claim was gay with no evidence whatsoever, maybe the guy just looked a certain way, or there was, like, a post or like a made-up, like, thing they photoshopped and managed to get circulated enough before the truth could catch up. What's the saying? A lie makes it halfway around the world before the truth has had time to tie its shoelaces. So if it's one of those cases, then they'll just be able to, claim that is woke. So here's a thing that everyone agrees is bad, left and right. They'll call that woke. But then they'll also call completely fine, innocuous, non-harmful things the left supports woke, in order to make it so as such that the wokeness thing, the definition or the insult of calling a thing woke, acts as a bridge between innocuous, non-harmful behaviors and actions and things that everybody agrees are bad. All the while strawmanning the left and claiming the left endorses insert super bad thing that they claim is woke, such as, like, here is a story where a gay guy molested a kid, right? The right has always used instances like these to misrepresent and strawman the left. I mean, I'm not saying it's anything new. I'm just saying this is what they do. Yeah, I never made a comment on this is what they do now. I'm just saying this is what they're doing.
Originally, it was meant to mean. It's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course. But trying to blame everything...
Elon Musk is the second richest man in the world, I believe now. He lost his spot at first place, if I recall correctly. Like, as one of the richest people in the world, the idea that Elon Musk still tries to play the everyman guy who's, like, fed up with the wokeness, as if it's, like, as if the woke agenda, if it existed, had any ability to impact his life. Once again, it's the same thought process behind why people support Trump. They're convinced that if they get behind somebody that they've been convinced is a winner, then being on a winner's team makes them a winner. It's the same thought process behind bandwagoners in sports, the types of people who like follow a sport, but they don't have any team affiliation, and the team that they root for is whichever team is doing the best every season. And so they just want to be on whatever team is winning, and they don't have any actual, like, affiliation or loyalty to a particular team. They're just trying to jump on to, like, the bandwagon of whoever is getting the most hype right now. They want to be on the winning team. that is essentially the sports version of what's happening in politics with those that support the likes of Trump and Elon Musk. They've been convinced that these macho man successful guys who have pushed themselves at this like as high value men that every man should want to be, they're convinced that if they support them, then like somehow their success trickles down to them. It's like this thought process of, if I'm against this rich, successful guy, even if he's an asshole, that makes me look jealous and like I'm like coping or whatever. But if I support him and I act like he's cool, then no one will think I'm jealous, and they'll think they'll think I'm secure in who I am, and maybe I'll end up like Elon one day. I don't want to be a hypocrite. Like I feel like that's sort of the script of thoughts that's running through people's minds when they follow the types like Trump and Elon Musk. This mindset that like it's either come off as a jealous, bitter asshole by being against them, or supporting them and being on the winning team.
On trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
So this is obviously a really popular talking point among conservatives, trying to make everything a race issue. It's just a straw man. The left does not make everything a race issue, because if the left made everything a race issue, how could they also make everything a sex issue? And if they make everything a sex issue, how can they also make everything a gender issue? Like, the right will literally just say, the left makes everything about insert topic we're discussing right now. If they were talking about trans stuff, he would have said the left makes everything about trans stuff. But everything can't be about trans stuff, race, and go down the list all the time, every time from the left. It's not simultaneously possible. The thing is, the right tries to play on this weird talking point that when you're on the left and you care about stuff, like you care about injustice, you care about educating yourself on historical contexts that have led us to the point we are in our country's history, they try to push this idea that is obsessive, that caring about these things is obsessive, unhealthy, and makes you miserable. We watched a Clownfish TV video recently where they tried to push this talking point, that the left is naturally less happy than the right, because to be on the left, you have to care about stuff that like maybe doesn't even affect you. And caring about stuff that doesn't affect you is going to make you miserable, and you just shouldn't. You shouldn't bother. Like, they will just outright say, you are crazy and obsessive for caring about, say, a genocide happening across the world, because, and I quote, it's happening across the world. It doesn't affect you. Why should you care? Fundamentally, many of these people see it as mental illness. Like, they actually see you as mentally ill for caring so much about other people. It's why they call you crazy or insane or obsessed. They see it as mental illness to care so much about people being hurt when that hurt doesn't affect you outside of empathy.
It relates to trans issues, which is what I'm...
Yeah, race or, gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and, yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on.
Let's talk about trans rights.
My favorite thing about Elon is that he lacks any level of riz whatsoever. He has zero public speaking skill. He stumbles his way through everything. It's not even an ESL thing either. It's literally just he's stupid. He has nothing of value to say. He is a artificially inflated billionaire. Most of his value is hype, like empty hype, and he's just not very remarkable. He's actually unremarkable as far as being a person. He is someone who, because of circumstance, has effectively lucked out into being in the position that he's in. And you expect, we're going to hear the richest man in the world speak. You don't expect him to, stutter out a barely coherent argument in a debate. Elon's bad at Kerbal, confirmed. Does he even play Kerbal? I know he's bad at Elden Ring. Holy fuck, I haven't even played Elden Ring, but I just know from playing Souls games that this is dog shit. Elon's Elden Ring build. Dude, I'm not even joking when I tell you, I have apolitical friends who dog on Elon for no other reason than this post. Like, I have gamer bro friends that don't give a shit about politics, and the reason they don't like Elon and think he's cringe is because of this post. Because oh my fucking god. Like, what? He's fat rolling. He maxed out his, I wish I could click on it, but he maxed out his mind and his intelligence stats and left his endurance, vigor, strength. I mean, his dex is okay, but like fucking hell. He's not even running a magic-based build. Like, it's just, he's wearing heavy armor with a semi-magic hybrid build, 2 shields weighing him down. Like, bro's maidenless. Bro's absolutely maidenless. I literally have buddies that don't give a fuck about politics that dog on Elon just because of that post.
Okay, so listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right, that's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro that you claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be?
Is he ESL? He's from South Africa. They speak English there. Wait, no, you're completely right. Why the fuck is Elon like that? Hold on. You're completely fucking right. I've spoken to people from South Africa, and, like, they have cool accents. It's like a mix of British and Australian almost. Like, South African accents sound cool. Elon Musk does not have a South African accent at all. What the fuck is his accent? What is his deal? What? I'm just now putting that together. What the fuck is his accent? He's posh, dummy? No, he's not. That is not how South African accents sound, at least in my experience. He's posh? Is that how posh South African accents sound? Because I thought I thought a posh South African accent sounded like a posh British accent based on my experience. I've spoken to 3 people from South Africa. Okay.
Be true, and what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, such so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered.
This is not a thing, by the way. My favorite thing is the right at the moment, Elon Musk as well, are trying to claim that Boeing planes having their, like, wings and not their wings, but their doors and shit just go flying, and their landing gear just fall off and fail to deploy or fail to go in when they take off. All these different, like, safety things going under the radar. They're claiming it's because of DEI. Now, the conspiracy started initially. I'm gonna try to find it, but if I don't find it within seconds, I'm just gonna move on. And I will just describe the post, and you guys will have to believe it's real. Come on. Come on. This is where the conspiracy started, and it was a fake video. And so I feel it's... Oh no, the Trevor Jacob fake crash thing is loaded Google. It's flooded Google with algorithm slop, so this will not come up. Because if I search plane crash, all that will come up is the Trevor Jacob fake plane crashing when he crashed his own plane. It's all that's come up. I will never find this. No one will ever be able to find what I'm looking for here. Man. Once again, I just wish I could purge anything that I've seen that the internet has just decided to make impossible to find from my mind, so I no longer even attempt to recollect it when I make an argument, because when I can't bring it up, it makes me look bad. But God, does Google just fucking suck now? You used to be able to Google stuff, you know? Like, you'd be like, hey, I saw this post one time. It got tens of thousands of likes. I'm going to Google the post and go to Google Images, and it should come up pretty quickly. Oh, never mind. Everything sucks now. You will never find that one post that got like 100,000 likes that you saw one time ever again. You will never find it, ever. It's impossible to find now. Partially thanks to this guy.
The
Ruining
probability
Twitter.
of them making a mistake and killing someone is obviously going to be...
Anyway, I'll describe the post. You'll just have to believe me that it's real. The conspiracy that DEI is making, like, planes dangerous or whatever started with this post made by a conservative propaganda account on Twitter that was of a video of a plane. It was a very grainy, like, poor quality video where a plane comes into land, and as it comes into land, it, like, hits a sideways turn and then, like, sputters out and falls to its side. Like, it's just like almost a crash landing, like a soft crash landing. And the video is so blurry, you can't really make much out of it, but it was just captioned, "This is what DEI causes." And it wasn't the End Wokeness account, was it? It might have been End Wokeness, yeah. Here's the thing, though. Very quickly, people identified the video. It was GTA 5. There was a reason why the video was made to be so blurry despite where modern phone cameras are, which is what made it so suspicious in the first place. And people figured out it's blurred as hell footage from GTA 5. Obviously, the Arma footage is really popular too. They love using like gameplay from Arma 3 to fake like Ukrainian ships getting sunk or whatever to try to claim that Russia's winning. But the claim that DEI is like harming like the plane industry, like flight, that started with that. Oh, it was Microsoft Flight Simulator. You're right, Astronaut Lad. Sorry, it was Microsoft Flight Simulator, not GTA 6. My bad. You can understand how I'd confuse the two though, like visually. You know how. If you played both, you know what I mean. Anyway, yeah, like it literally, this claim, this conspiracy all started with a video that was provably fake and taken from a video game, got like debunked, but then the right was like, yeah, let's run with that. And then the Boeing planes started like fucking up because Boeing is like able to get away with anything. The federal government won't hold them to account for anything. And so the right's response is to, instead of allow anyone to get away with pointing out how this is a fault of capitalism and the fact that our lives aren't worth enough for these companies to spend the extra money to ensure we're safe when flying. Instead of that, they try to claim, well, you see, these companies are hiring black people to fit race quotas, and now it's causing people to die. This is what happens when you go woke. It's like, did you really find a way to argue that, like, hiring black people equals plane crashes and countless deaths? Is that... You really managed to argue that, all the while saying the left are the real racists? And remember, all the while, when they say this, they maintain the left are the real racists.
Be higher.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, actually.
Yes, if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered,
they are.
Then the probability that the surgeon will make a mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that may result in people dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University, and that is what
he can't answer anything.
The article was referring to.
There's no evidence
they have
of that.
not?
What article are you
There's
referring
no
to?
evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is...
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll...
Elon is incapable of arguing. He's so uncharismatic, and he's so lacking in rhetorical skill. It's actually insane. It's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Obviously, this video has been massively ratioed. It has 222 likes, despite having 6.2k views. And the reason why all the comments are negative and all the dislikes are there is that apparently Mark Dice, the like the boomer right-wing channel that does like conspiracy content, apparently he rated this, as well as like every other conservative YouTuber has shit-talked Don Lemon after this to come out and defend Elon. So Don Lemon's getting like put through the meat grinder right now by the Elon fanboys and the right for this, but I mean, he just objectively creamed Elon here. Like, he just stuttered through everything. I feel like this is one of those great examples of, like, at some points it doesn't matter who performed best in a debate. The loudest people who are talking about who performed best in a debate are always going to be the ones saying their guy won and the guy they don't like lost. It's the people who are quiet, who don't make their responses heard, who are truly having their minds changed, right? Those are the people who maybe heard, like, oh, I kind of heard a good argument from that other guy. Maybe I'm going to think on that for a bit. And they just kind of, those are the quiet people that don't go onto the comments and say, yeah, you destroyed this guy, right? So while there's the loud minority of people who are taking Elon's side, I feel like most people who are going to have seen this are just going to see Elon stuttering and having no ability even to find the word woke, and they're going to see it as embarrassing. At least I would hope so. Alrighty, guys. How'd you enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Well, you don't change other people. Like, okay, to be very clear, debating somebody can change someone who you are debating's mind under certain circumstances, particularly if it is a personal, like, relationship and you are debating that individual with the goal of persuasion. However, generally, when I talk about debating in front of an audience. Both my own audience, so I have to maintain a confidence in my ability to defend the ideas that you guys presumably like, and you like that I can defend, while also being able to make a compelling enough argument that it maybe convinces some of the audience of the other person, essentially gambling that I am able to convince more of the person I'm debating's fans to come to my position than they can convince of my fans to come to their position, right? And it's a gamble every time, because even if you are correct, that doesn't mean the audience won't have a different perception. You can make the best arguments in the world, but if, like, certain people have a bias for a certain argument, you lose. So it's a whole thing. It's not necessarily about convincing your debate opponent, it's about convincing the audience. That's how online debates work. Poker, look up Social Blade. I can actually tell you right now. Here he is. Let's see what his max total subs were. Well, can I set it back to an even further scale? So back in 2021, he had 600,000 subs. I remember him having 800,000 at one point. But that seems to be the furthest back I can look. Achievements, maybe? Maybe that'll show. Yeah. I mean, I remember him having almost 1 million at one point before he really fell off, and now he loses like a few thousand subs per month just from YouTube purging inactive accounts, which is just always happening. Could you way back for Social Blade? I'm not going through that many steps, I'm gonna be real with you. But yeah, Social Blade is what I'd use. There's other ways to search, but yeah, that's my recommendation. Alright, let's get these last couple segments done so we can start that watch party. Hypers in chat if you plan to watch From. Specifically if you weren't in the last watch party. I want to know how many new people are going to be watching From tonight in our watch party. To know whether or not we're going to be restarting the show from the beginning for the new people, or if we're continuing it from episode 4. What in God's name is From? I will show the trailer for it one more time towards the end of stream to get everybody... so that everybody knows what it is. It is an amazing show. It is a fucking amazing show. I cannot say much without spoiling it. It is fucking great. It's just called From. It's made by one of the main, like, people who made Lost, so it's got that sauce to it, but it's way better than Lost. And I know, because I've started watching Lost for the first time yesterday. I'm halfway through season 1, and it's good. It's not as good as From. Everything that was great about Lost, dial that up to 11, and you've got From. Shit actually happens in From. Like, regularly. Like, in Lost, it's like this constant, wow, we're on the edge of something happening. But every episode, usually multiple times an episode, something happens. You know, that kind of thing that you have to wait, like, a season to happen in Lost. You know what I mean? Lost turned my cousin into a conspiracy theorist. Media literacy is lost on people. Ha! Get it? I guess it gets people into needing to find clues and solve mysteries, because the shows, like, sort of heavily encourage the like, deep investigation of small hints and stuff in the show. Yeah. I can see that. All right. Okay. You're staring at that computer like General Tarkin in Star Wars, lol? Thank you. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Alright, everybody. It's happened. The broiling, sort of the broiling, what's the word for it? Sort of uneasiness, I guess we'll call it, between Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. We've noticed it for a while. They've had some tiffs on Twitter, some spats, particularly over Israel, since Candace Owens is very much not pro-Israel, while Ben Shapiro is very pro-Israel. And the reason Candace Owens is not pro-Israel is because she's a Nazi. Like, well, probably not legitimately ideologically a Nazi in her heart. She is possibly the most provable grifter in all of right-wing history. If you don't believe me, there's actually a fantastic article that breaks down all of the receipts of Candace Owens' history. I figure I might as well show you. Let me show you this article. Every receipt proving Candace Owens is a con artist who is following the money. So if you go down this article, it's actually really it's live updated, so its most recent thing is now the Yay stuff. But if we scroll all the way down to the bottom and we start at the beginning of her grift, she started off grifting as a progressive. That's the funny thing. Social autopsy. This is her first big thing that blew up. In the spring of 2016, Candace Owens launched an anti-cyberbullying website called Social Autopsy. She reportedly started a Kickstarter campaign to raise $75,000. She sure likes money she doesn't have to work for. CTPost.com describes the site as a searchable database of offensive speech found on social media. Owens wanted to expose people who anonymously harassed others online, which is known as doxing, and is a huge no-no among conservatives. She claimed she got pushback from the left, which was allegedly one of the sparks that lit her conservative fire. This is a complete lie as well, by the way. At the time, Social Autopsy was unanimously dunked on by the Gamergate community, realizing that, like, she was not going to have a successful grift as, like, a progressive. She immediately jumped ship for the conservative grift, and from that point, started pushing right-wing politics. But before that, she did a lawsuit where she sued her school for racial discrimination. Before that, she scammed her landlord after leaving her place a fucking pigsty, claiming that the landlord doesn't deserve her money because it's not a real job. Literally, before she was doing the right-wing grift, she was doing everything in her power to grift money out of people, but from the left, and using left-wing justification. So, literally one of the most ongoing grifters of all time, like very provably a grifter, way before even getting into the right-wing stuff, back when she was supposedly a progressive. However, all of this is boiled over, and she has been fired from the Daily Wire. And her response has been to say, essentially, that she is finally free. I don't know about that. The Daily Wire was paying her a lot of money, and I feel like she's known this was coming for a while because she's been desperately appearing on every podcast, debate show. Like, she debated Destiny, went on the Whatever podcast. I believe she also went on the Fresh and Fit podcast. We covered that recently. I thought it was weird how often she has been appearing on these, like, comparatively much lesser programs. And I think it's because she saw this coming and knew, oh shit, I'm going to be an independent figure again soon. I need to start getting my name out there, like, for real, and prepare to be an independent creator. Because now, she does not have that Daily Wire money flowing in. This is a rising segment about the whole ordeal.
Candace Owens and conservative website The Daily Wire have officially broken up. Friday morning, The Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring posted on X, quote,
"It will never not be perfect that his last name is Boring."
Daily Wire and Candace Owens have ended their relationship. He did not give a reason on the circumstances that led to this shift, but earlier this week
This might have been a meme edit. Did Candace Owens, or did she not, tweet dunking on Ben, referencing the fact that he can't make his wife wet? I saw a tweet screenshot that very easily could have been inspect elemented and not real. But it was like Candace Owens saying something like, I don't even know what, but it involved, like, saying Ben can't get his wife wet. It feels like something she wouldn't say, because she kind of tries to keep up this faux, like, respectability politics. But I also feel like she could. Here, one sec, chat. My weed vape died, so it's time to pull out a new one. It's real in our hearts. If that's real, I need a source for it. You guys will have to check for me.
Anti-Defamation League highlighted the fact that white supremacist Nick Fuentes applauded Owens' rhetoric on Jews. Owens has been outspoken in her commentary about Jewish people in politics, in the media, and her support for Palestine.
Regardless, based on her latest episode posted just yesterday, the news may have come as a...
They say, whoever controls the spice controls Ben Shapiro's wife's vagina.
surprise to Owens. Take a look.
I'm not going to go away. I'm going to use my God-given voice to talk about the things that are important for me. I'm just asking to be left alone, or at least just report the truth.
The joke is that Ben Shapiro's wife's pussy is like the desert planet of Arrakis from Dune.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for today. But don't worry, because we will see you tomorrow for a brand new episode.
The controversial right-wing commentator took to her own X account, posting, quote, "The rumors are true. I'm finally free," end quote. There will be many additional quote, there will be many announcements in the weeks to come. Owens joined the Daily Wire back in 2021. So a little bit unclear about what's next for Owens here. Very obvious. She's
a lot of media appearances wherever she can get them is what's next for her. She's already been preempting this. I was wondering why she's been appearing on so many random things. Like she debated Destiny, she went on the Whatever podcast, and also like Fresh and Fit. Like she's going on all these podcasts and talking to so many people, and I thought maybe this is just her new thing that she's doing. But clearly, she's known this was coming for a while now, like at least a few weeks, and has been preparing by getting herself in front of as many new audiences as she possibly can, because she knows she's going to have to go fully independent, and she's going to lose out on the income provided by Daily Wire, which was no doubt a substantial amount of her income.
Not with the Daily Wire anymore, and that whether it was a firing or they had a conversation this morning that ended in them deciding to end their relationship, all of the language makes it sound like they broke up and that it was a romantic relationship. They're going their separate ways, though. I was just saying yesterday to a friend that it might be the case that Ben Shapiro's keeping Candace Owens at the Daily Wire despite his pro-Israel views, to show that even though there was reporting that was pro-Israel, hey, we had this other host at the Daily Wire that was saying something else. It seems that that's not a strategy at all at the Daily Wire.
They held on to her for as long as they could, but the Daily Wire is an explicitly pro-Israel, like, outlet. So the fact that, like, Candace Owens, very much, like, Nazi-appealing strategy, because Candace Owens' whole thing was that she's not a moderate conservative. She is a full-on white nationalist. A full-on open white nationalist. And most conservatives who are white, like usually white men, dog whistle and try to sort of avoid saying the quiet part out loud, because, like, when you know, they're a white guy who would just be being openly racist, and there's really no ambiguity there. They can't really argue their way out of that. Conservative, like POC, love weaponizing, not even weaponizing, but utilizing their identity and idpol to defend themselves against valid criticism. So Candace Owens, instead of using dog whistles or keeping the mask on, Candace Owens just outright states white nationalist propaganda and just allows her skin color to do the rest. She doesn't even attempt to defend herself, and most of her fans don't even try to defend her on, like, an argumentative basis. They just engage in idpol. In fact, Candace Owens famously will just get offended at and accuse of racism any white progressive who criticizes her. She'll pick apart, like, what a white progressive has said to try to, like, racialize any criticism that was made towards her, to try to use like id poll against them, which is literally exactly what she accuses the left of doing. Does it seem like a lot of the right-wing media is moving to soften their image of late? No, it really doesn't, actually. It feels more like they're more confident than ever on every front, particularly when it comes to, like, the Gamergate 2 stuff and Twitter being in Elon's control, where they feel like they've got no consequences for being masked off. It's less so that the right is trying to soften their image, as more so they're being more open about what they are than ever, because they see no real tangible pushback.
And who knows if it was their choice or Candace's choice, but curious to see what she does next.
Yeah, I mean, based on the fact that she said, see you tomorrow, that definitely suggests that the Daily Wire pulled the trigger and fired her. I think, you know, people who have been following some of the internal feuding at the Daily Wire probably are not super surprised by this. It's definitely the case that Ben Shapiro was...
This wasn't out of nowhere. To be clear, we've covered this sort of... We've literally covered the arguments that have broken out between Ben and Candace on this stream before. This has been in the making for like a year. They have not been getting along since the October 7th attack.
Very troubled by her views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. He is obviously one of the most pro-Israel voices in conservative media, and they've had public tension around what she's been saying on her show. There was one point a few months ago where I believe she was trying to get Ben Shapiro to convert to Christianity or something along those lines, and there was this huge argument over whether what she said was considered anti-Semitic, and really just things started to unravel from there. But I think Candace Owens is going to be fine. It looks like she has her own website that she's encouraging people.
Dude, the hilarious thing is, Candace Owens, if she was like exactly the same but progressive, like if she kept up the like left-wing grift beyond 2016 to this day, could you imagine how much of a lolcow she would be? How often the like photos of her looking angry, like instead of this being framed as her by her fans and by her media team as like her being powerful and based here, like lecturing a lefty, these would be the images used to depict her as triggered in thumbnails for people's videos. Be like, triggered SJW Candace Owens. Like, it's really hilarious when a conservative figure has a face that would absolutely be memed by the right if they were progressive. But because they're right-wing, they completely skirt by having the most soy-jackable face of all time.
Looks like she has her own website that she's encouraging people to go to now. I wouldn't be surprised if she tries to do a show on X, similar to what Tucker and Chris Cuomo are doing and Don Lemon attempted to do, and just go directly to the viewers. She is one of those sort of names that can definitely draw an audience on her own without the institutional backing. But it seems like it's going to come with probably a pretty significant pay cut. Based on the reporting from when she was hired, she was getting a pretty hefty salary from the Daily Wire, and she'll have to make up for that with subscriptions if that's the route that she decides to go and decides to be independent. But again, I'm not surprised by this at all. It seemed like this was brewing for quite some time.
Yep.
It's very sad.
This is really where it's been heading for a while, and the fact that Candace Owens is not really all that upset about it, I'm sure she's kind of coping a bit and pretending not to be upset about it to some degree, but I also don't think she's that bent out of shape over it, because she got about as much as you could hope to get from the Daily Wire as far as like an internet presence, and now she is able to sort of go independent and do her own thing. If she's smart, she can set herself up for life and never have to worry about working again by the time she falls off. You know, it's probably not the biggest deal for her. Is she literally, like, I don't think she's serious when she says she's finally free. I don't think Daily Wire was controlling her all that much. I think it was more so like her and Ben just couldn't get along and they had a falling out. Believe it or not, the right is not immune to schisming the way the left tends to. I know it was a shorter one, but I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. What do you guys think? Alrighty. I think that is going to be our last segment for today, which means it is time to start getting people hyped up for the watch party. So, if you're here and you did not see... Alright, I'm going to explain. Tonight is Friday night, and in my Discord server, which you should join if you haven't already, every Friday we do an event. And this week, the Friday event is a watch party in my Discord. Now, if a lot of you who are new to the show show up, we're going to start the show from episode 1. So whether or not you get interested by this trailer I'm going to show you and decide to come to the watch party and hang out with me and everybody else as we watch this show, will determine whether we resume from episode 4 for the people who are showing back up for the next episode, or if we start from episode 1. So I'm going to show you the trailer for this show. It's called From. It's fucking awesome. And hopefully it sells you on joining us for the watch party, because I know a fair few of you just now in chat earlier said that you didn't even know what the show was when I showed the trailer earlier. So new people are coming in constantly. I've already shown this trailer during the stream, so I guess we're just gonna repeat it. I'll just let the trailer play. I won't say anything. Here is your selling point on joining the watch party. I'll watch if it restarts tonight. Well, joining the watch party is helping to... If you join the watch party, then it'll almost certainly be restarting if you haven't seen it yet. So, like, don't not join if you think it's not going to restart. You gotta join. And when we start, like, the watch party, based on who is there that wasn't there before and how many people weren't there before, that determines whether we start the show from the beginning. So show up if you are interested in the show. Let's watch.
Hey!
It will start about 10 minutes after stream ends.
They got knocked down in a storm or something.
It's a pretty selective storm.
I'm gonna do an ad everyone in the Discord.
What are they doing? Can we just leave, please? Jim!
In this dirty old part of the city,
Maybe we used the sign for the highway.
We didn't miss the sign.
where the sun refused to shine.
Can I help you? We got on a detour off the highway and cell service around here.
Got your family with you?
Yeah. I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of the highway.
Not a problem.
And one thing I know is true.
What do you say?
Stay on the road.
You did before your time is
Did we turn somewhere?
Join my Discord. Get in the watch party.
God damn it.
Jim, we're driving in circles. You're driving out this way. How did we get back here? Oh my God!
It's the worst fucking thing to crash in ever.
Everybody in there okay?
Besides a motorcycle.
This is impossible. Yeah, it is.
Where are we? I know none of this makes sense yet. Everyone in this town has been exactly where you are right now. Everyone sees the tree. Those crows. We'll just get out of here, please.
Tabby, we are stuck.
We didn't come here. We were brought.
What are you doing?
I'm checking to see if they moved.
If what moved?
The trees.
It's important for you to understand what happens after dark.
Lock your door, nail your window shut. You do these things, your family's gonna be safe.
Safe from what?
I've missed you so much.
Megan, what are you doing?
Maybe I can come in.
This is what happens when you break the rules.
They're coming.
There's only so many places we can go.
What are they?
You believe in monsters? Please don't.
A man protects his family. Get these people home, Sheriff.
Do everything I can.
Promise me.
We gotta get out
I can't really say much else besides what this trailer shows you. Otherwise, I'm spoiling, like, one of the best shows I've ever seen. This is legit, like, a hidden gem. And it's not going to be hidden for much longer as it gets more popular, because it's only growing in popularity. So, be an early adopter of this show, like me. And join the watch party, join my Discord, get in Xander's Theater. I'm going to be finishing up stream and hopping straight into the VC in there and writing up the announcement. Hopefully I can get a bunch of you guys in there. I would love to have a big group of people in there, and I might unmute some people so they can speak as well if they haven't seen the show before. So yeah, with all that said, everybody, the watch party will be starting in probably roughly 15 minutes. I have to upload the segments I recorded today, but I'll be in the Xander's Theater talking to you all. Obviously, I need to use the restroom and just do some post-stream, like, stuff. Won't be very long. Hop in the Discord. Hop in the Xander's Theater chat. Let's watch the show together. Tonight is movie night, and yeah, can't wait to see you all there. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I love you all very much. Your support is amazing and very appreciated as always. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again soon, hopefully, in the Discord. Be there or be straight. Doo-doo fart.